you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Storm Restoration Roofing, and then Forrester is going to show you a tattoo. Do you see who it is, Forrester? I'm going to let these guys guess. Or you see who it is right off the bat? Or do you see the tattoo first? Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. I don't know if does Greg have tattoos?
You know, I've never really inspected Greg's body, Jim.
I don't either, but I guess he's been on enough roofs. He's got some scrapes and scratches and stuff that have been tattooed with a life of hard work on the roof, making sure that you and your house is protected. A great guy, great contractor right there. One of the best in America is Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Will take care of you if you're in the military, veteran, or reservist as well. Check on some special offers he has for you. And right now for everyone, a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, the best in the business, and that free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. Take a look at this tattoo right here. This is a tattoo.
I know who it is. I've already seen this story.
That is the guy's wife. Right,
Lance will never get this in a million years.
There's an Alabama A on the cheek there.
She's got a little pit between the titties.
Don't we all, man? Don't we all?
Is that PITT? Like
no, it looks like the old
Pitt the logo.
No, it is the Pitt logo. So, Lance, there are a lot of clues as to who this is.
Okay.
Is that
hold on.
That's the Oregon logo up on the Adams. No, not the Adams. The Oregon on the neck area.
Yeah, there's a little Texas right there for the state of Texas.
A little Texas there.
Yep, Alabama. A lot of clues right there, Lance.
Yep. And there's one missing that I don't see anywhere. Who is it? Whose tattoo is it, LT?
I would say it was the girl that's got the monkey.
No,
Jeff Banks'
you're
wife.
thinking Jeff Banks' wife. No, this is a man. You can also see his hairy nipple next to her forehead.
That should be able to wear it.
You really do.
Wait, that's not a man.
That is a man.
No, the man's got the tattoo.
The man's got the tattoo, yeah.
No, I was trying to guess who the chick was.
No, who's the man? The man's the story. Who's got the tattoo on his side?
Real quickly, he's a D1 Power 5 college football coach.
Oh, PJ Fleck.
Dan Lanning.
Dan Lanning's tattoo.
So that is his wife, a cancer survivor.
I love, I'm going to say something bad about it.
Seriously,
That's when you roll that
you
out.
had to shove that in.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's something in the tattoo. No, I was bringing that up because the ribbon there is about the cancer survivor inside the organ. Yep. That's what I was saying.
But every step of his life where he's been, he's got a logo.
So she doesn't have that Doug logo on her neck.
No, she is not tatted up like that. That is his tattoo. Yeah. Or better than that.
I mean, she looks like an extra in Once Were Warriors.
Cleavage on the show, now known as the tit pit.
That pit between her tits.
Go Panthers.
Awful tattoo.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn gets a basketball win last night. We're going to start with basketball at another place. I mean, I think that's fair, right?
Yep.
When you have a meltdown like they're having in Kentucky. And I've done this for years, and I think I'm right about this. Brown, LT, y'all chime in. I'd love to hear what you think. But I think the only people that can relate to, in the Southeastern Conference, to Alabama football fans are Kentucky basketball fans.
Yeah, I agree.
Nate Oates actually said that the other day.
But that's right.
No,
right?
yeah, Nate Oates said it, and I would agree with him, yeah.
I think Alabama football fans, and they've earned the right. They have you sort of feel like you have a place in the college football world and in the SEC. And then, 49 SEC basketball championships for Kentucky. Kentucky basketball fans feel like they have a place in the national landscape, but specifically in the SEC.
When I think of the top program in the history of college basketball, I think Kentucky. I know UCLA's got more.
Yeah, I don't think of UCLA because it felt like they compressed theirs.
Yeah, one moment in time.
Yeah, it feels like Kansas and Kentucky.
It was a long moment in time.
It was a dynasty, but it was right there.
But Duke is somewhat the same way. I mean, like pre-Coach K, I know Duke had some moments.
Right.
But not as many as Kentucky. I feel like Kentucky, Kansas, though Kansas has won shockingly few national championships for how we talk about them.
Oh, yeah.
Kentucky, Kansas, North Carolina,
yeah.
they seem to have stood the test of time better than anyone.
But I think Kentucky is that outfit.
I would agree.
And in our conference. So here we go. Let's start first with 1-3 in the conference. Let's go fan getting ejected from Rupp Arena first last night.
Yeah.
You roll into the arena with just a harmless cardboard sign.
Actually looks like he might have made it after he got in. It's very poorly constructed.
Holding up the sign, please go to Texas. The guy gets ejected from Rupp Arena here in the United. This is not in Russia.
The United States.
Yeah, this is in America. With just a cardboard sign. They probably have a rule that you can't bring a sign in or something.
It's very communist, though.
Yeah. But they're escorting the guy out. Please go to Texas because, they've got an opening and Cal is not being mentioned for it, I don't think. But they want him out there. He's won is it one national championship? Or
Cal has won one national championship.
He's played for multiple, though.
So he gets ejected. He goes outside. And then, of course, with our buddy Matt Jones, Kentucky Sports Radio, they're going back and forth. And the guy said, I got ejected, but I said please. I didn't say go to Texas. I said please.
He's very kind about it.
Yeah, that's Tate's his name. He goes frequently on Kentucky Sports Radio as Blue Tater Tot.
Oh, so this sounds like a setup then by Kentucky Sports Radio is what this sounds like. They set this up.
Maybe so.
For content.
Anyway, with all that said, I don't
believe
like his approval rating is not close to what it was a couple of years ago. But you've been insinuating over the last couple of weeks that Kentucky fans want this guy gone, and ultimately at the end of the year, maybe that is the case. Calipari's still done a lot for this program. He did more for this program than Tubby Smith. Obviously, Billy Gillespie.
Name the bad coaches, but don't say Tubby Smith won a national championship too, and Cal's 1-3 right now.
Yeah, Tubby Smith was the Gene Stallings of Alabama football.
Yeah, but Tubby Smith,
that's a great comparison.
He was never he was never polarizing with the fans. He was very vanilla, right?
I think the fans loved Calipari up until ejected last year.
20-point favorite last night. I should have started with this probably before I went to the ejection of the fan, but the ejection happened before the loss. A 20-point favorite last night at Rupp Arena where they had a 28-game win streak, and they lose the game to South Carolina. Forget covering 20, which was a big number. They lose the game outright to a South Carolina team, LT, that had lost to Tennessee in their previous game by 40.
Yeah, you could make an argument the worst team in the conference.
Lamont Paris's first SEC victory as a head coach. It was obviously their first win in conference. And not only did Kentucky lose this game, Kentucky never leads, and they're down 15 in this game.
All right, but I need to add some context to our discussion right here. The buyout at the end of this season, which I assume means the buyout currently, like if you wanted to buy him out today.
0 chance he gets fired.
$46 million.
Oh, he won't get fired.
You cannot justify spending that on a basketball coach.
He won't get fired, but Calipari is a proud man.
He shouldn't get fired.
He's a proud man.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to go back to that. He shouldn't get fired?
No.
So if you're a Kentucky fan, you don't think you'd want the guy fired?
No.
Boy, it's so amazing. And Rockstar, I'm going to need cut 6. I apologize for telling you the wrong one. I'm going to need 6 first. So many different avenues we'll start on the show here with. Does it feel like, I'll ask this question to you, Ryan.
Okay,
Does
Jim.
it feel like 1/3 of our desk judges the overpaid Jimbo Fisher differently than what Calipari is making?
Oh,
Wait a
Does
minute.
it feel like he's
Oh, my
judging
God.
differently?
Hey, so, by the way,
There's no way he'll get fired.
I saw
but
this-
meanwhile,
yeah.
Texas A&M money,
Yeah.
let me light that up. Now, let me light my cigar with my
Yeah.
money here. We'll pay $85 million and get rid of Jimbo Fisher, but we won't pay $46 million and get rid of John Calipari? I mean, it seems
Now,
like
keep in mind,
seems like
6
double standards.
No, 6 Final Fours. 3 Final Fours at 3 different schools. It's not even close. Calipari,
But what have you done for me lately?
they won 26 games last year.
Yeah.
They're not the premier program in the SEC. They haven't been
Well, the
since
SEC's gotten better.
Since Auburn went to the Final Four. Kentucky has not been at the top of the league as far as the team everyone fears.
Because the SEC has gotten better. I don't know if there's a team that everyone fears.
I don't know if you pay attention, but the SEC football folks are pretty good, and you hold Jimbo to a standard in a league that is actually more competitive there than it is in basketball.
Yeah, but let me talk about that standard real quick. And I meant to bring this up on yesterday's show. I don't know if you guys saw Brett McMurphy's tweet that Jimbo Fisher this year became the first college football coach in the history of the Associated Press poll. That's a long. When I say history of Associated Press poll,
It takes you back right on the cusp of prohibition.
Yes. To start the season ranked among the top 6 and finish the season unranked 3 times. He's done that now 3 times.
I cannot believe
first coach in the
we're even
history.
comparing
No.
Jimbo Fisher.
I was
There's
just
no
talking about
comparison.
your
Yeah.
standard on buyouts,
Well,
on
but
spending other people's
No, I'm
money.
not even talking about the buyout. I'm just saying there's no reason this guy should be fired. He won 26 games last year. If you take away the COVID year, which was a complete
you
disaster.
should. No, you should take that away. I don't count that against him.
So let's just go back. 26 wins, 25 wins, 30 wins, 26 wins, 32 wins, 27 wins, 38 wins, 29 wins, 38 wins.
I mean, they were a 2 seed in the tournament last year, a 2 seed. Now, they lost to St. Peter's, and that's what makes it so difficult to be a basketball coach.
What round was that?
That was in the first round, round of 64.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it difficult because the NCAA tournament is a fickle mistress, my friend. She'll give and she'll take. She'll give. You can go in as an 8 or 9 seed on the hot seat, get a hot run, and get a contract extension. Yep. But you can also go in as a 2 seed, lose to a 15, and everything you did that whole season is flushed down the toilet.
Just go check Bruce Pearl's 2 regular season SEC champions at Auburn. They are not the ones that did well in the tournament.
No, it's a fickle mistress.
It's the ones that had to fight and struggle and get good, and they get good late, and they're the ones that make the run.
Because at a place like Kentucky, to Lance's point, you finished 26. What'd you say? 26-4.
26-8.
26-8.
14-4 in conference.
Probably beat Louisville last year. If I had to guess, Louisville was a mess. So you won your big game. You're a 2 seed. Anywhere else in America, that's okay. But when you're at a place like Kentucky and you follow that up by losing in the first round, that's all anybody remembers.
No, I get that. And look, and I think he has underachieved over the last few years. Now, I go back to it was 14-15 and then 15-16. I thought they had the best teams in college basketball. And they end up getting upset in the tournament both of those years. But, I mean, over the last few years – it hasn't been great.
Yeah, but you have to admit, he's driving an Alfa Romeo, a Maserati. He's driving the best of the best. When Jimbo Fisher goes to Texas A&M, they've got good equipment, but they don't have the history that Kentucky basketball has for Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M. So
yeah, but what does the history really mean anymore?
It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything. And that's my point on Calipari, too, is that if you just go last 5 years, he's won a lot of regular season games, but Kentucky – they, as we started the conversation off, they are a lot like Alabama football fans. They are, I won't use the word spoiled, they have expectations. And their expectations are nowhere there. There's the crowd last night, right at tip. There.
So that's at Rupp Arena last night. Yeah,
that's not good.
Right before introduction. Look at that gap right up there. Wow.
Yeah, the end zone, the high end zone, completely empty. I don't know if that's student seating and maybe their students aren't back in yet.
And I'll go back to my first experience at Rupp Arena. I was at WLEX in Kentucky, working there at the NBC affiliate, and an Alabama guy. And they're opening. I think it was Tennessee Tech. They were opening the regular season with, and our normal drive time. It was about 15 minutes from our station to Rupp Arena. 15 minutes. One road, no turns. Only turn I made was into the media parking lot.
Okay.
15 minutes away on a normal day. So with game day traffic, I was going to leave. I had a 5 o'clock live shot. I was going to leave about 4 o'clock because I thought, even game didn't tip until 7 Eastern. I still could get there in plenty of time. It's 3 o'clock, and my sports director's like, you got to get down to Rupp Arena. And I said, dude, it's 15 minutes away.
Shots at 5.
I mean, it was the early 90s, so I did use the word dude. Dude, it's just 15 minutes away.
Take a chill pill.
Yeah.
Is this the guy that threw stuff at you?
Yeah, the guy that threw Alan Cutler. And he said, I'm like, it's Tennessee Tech. What's it going to be, 5,000 people there tonight? He's like, no, wait, it's sold out. And it will be full to the rim. And it was for Tennessee Tech.
Yeah.
Now, that was the 90s, and we don't go to games like we used to go to games, but the fan base is a little
obviously, they're speaking with their butt now.
They're a little tired of the show. And Calipari, and I want to play this soundbite to prove my point here. Calipari's a guy who, talks down to a lot of people sometimes. He is basketball royalty, college basketball royalty. He's all, I'm not going to use, he's not a made man or anything, but he feels like he's part of the family of those great, Eastern-born coaches in college basketball. Listen to how hat in hand he is with the Kentucky fans last night.
I don't listen to any of the clutter. None of it has any effect on me coaching these players. And are fans mad? They should be. We lost at home. We don't lose at home. We lost at home, and we were down 10 at half. I expect fans to be mad. And we have the best fans, and I love our fans. I know they may be mad at me right now, but I've been here a long time teaching and working and having our fans be a big part of this. And all I'm saying is just be with these kids. They need you now more than they need you when they're 4-0. They need you. And like I said, I'm going to keep working, keep fighting. The kids are going to keep fighting. Are we all disappointed? Yeah, you should be in there. We're all disappointed.
Boy, you know what? I wish Mark Stoops had a better season this year so we could go back to him and say, hey, you want to revisit that basketball school thing now?
That's who I thought of when I was sitting in Tuscaloosa this week, LT. I don't know if your thoughts ever went to Mark Stoops during that game.
No. Well, I did because the offenses look a lot alike. Kentucky football and Kentucky basketball. That's the only reason.
That's not the usual Cal you get. He loves the fans. I mean, we got great fans. We got the best fans, and I love our fans. That's just not what you usually get from Cal. That's hat in hand Cal there.
Yeah, but let me say this. Now, you should never lose to South Carolina at home. And as you said, they were a massive favorite last night. I actually took a look at them, and I said, I'm not getting baited into Kentucky.
Define
again.
massive. How big were they?
Oh, it was like 16.5.
Coming off a 30-point loss at Alabama.
Maybe it went to 20. I don't know.
So they were coming off a 30-point loss at Alabama. They were still like a 20-point favorite.
Well, I mean, that shows you where South Carolina is, too.
Again, it might be the worst program in the conference.
But to me, Sheboygan bounces back and has 19 and 12 and has another double-double. But to me, Jacob Toppin is their most talented player. He didn't play last night.
Sheboygan's looking around the locker room now and is wondering who's in.
He should.
He's giving comments last night after the game. He's wondering how committed the locker room is, how committed the players are to turning this thing around.
My question is, where are your John Walls, your De'Aaron Foxes? I mean, you don't have the guard play that you had before, and much like Alabama missed on wide receiver this year, the evaluation, I think Cal has missed on guards.
The biggest Kentucky fan I know is our friend Jonathan Hardison, Fox 6 News anchor, and he says he texted me as we started the show. He said the most frustrating thing is Cal keeps doing these press conferences saying, blame me, don't blame the players. And he's like, Cal, you don't have to say that anymore.
Yes, we are all in.
Yes.
We are all in.
We are on board with that. There's the one thing we agree on.
And I would always ask this question for the guy that said, please go to Texas. Who are you going to get that's better than Calipari right now?
Oh, I think you could. You could.
Who could you not get?
Yeah. The line would start at the door for the Kentucky job.
Okay.
Do you think Nate Oates is a better coach right now than John Calipari?
I do.
Kentucky could hire Nate Oates as much as I love Nate and would love to see him at Alabama forever.
Okay.
They could hire him tomorrow.
I mean, name a coach. I mean, there are very few coaches.
Chris Beard would take it.
Yep,
Chris Beard would be an improvement.
No, he would be right now.
Would be an
Again,
improvement.
I mean, look, as far as, a technical tactician, we've never said that Calipari is the greatest.
Yeah.
I mean, his ability to recruit.
Bruce Pearl's a better coach.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bruce Pearl's probably a better coach. Yeah.
Eric Musselman's a better coach. That's just in the SEC.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I still have to look at the career achievements. I mean, this guy's been coaching for 2 decades.
Career-wise, none of those
3
guys.
decades.
Career-wise, none of those guys are better. None of them. But I'm not buying a career.
That's right.
I am buying what are you doing for me right now. And this, to use the Jimbo Fisher comparison, okay? It's hard to compare Jimbo Fisher and John Calipari. I get it. But to use the comparison, Lance, I feel like John Calipari is doing what worked for him 10, 12 years ago, and it worked great. Jimbo Fisher's doing the same thing. And guess what? Basketball has changed since then. Football's changed a lot since then. So it's not working for either one of them.
Okay, but I will just say this. Memphis, who went to, I think it was 3 straight Elite Eights, and they should have won a national
Under
championship
Cal.
against Kansas.
Yeah.
Once he leaves,
They fell apart.
that program has gone to the dumps.
Yep.
And I think we'll eventually.
Same with UMass.
I think we'll eventually see this in college baseball too. It may take a little bit longer, but certain schools have had certain advantages in football. It's the parity's gone out a little bit, but in basketball, Kentucky's had resources available for players that Alabama and Auburn haven't had before. But guess what? Alabama can pay money to put stars on rosters
There's
now.
no doubt.
Auburn can pay money to put stars on rosters now. Alabama, Auburn, Arkansas. Arkansas shouldn't throw in that because they've always had good athletes since the 90s. Alabama and Auburn, they're better rosters than Kentucky now.
Now, if Cal did leave, or I somehow coughed up the $48 million it would cost to get rid of him, or whatever it is, I named sitting head coaches, but honest to goodness, my first 2 phone calls will be Brad Stevens and Billy Donovan.
To just see if they want the job.
I mean, would you not?
Oh, yeah.
You got maybe the best job in college basketball. Why would you not ask those 2 guys?
I mean, where's
first?
Billy now?
I don't think Billy's doing
I don't
anything.
know if he's doing anything. I wonder how old Billy is now.
Is Billy not coaching? He doesn't coach the Bulls?
Billy's close to 60, I think. I think Billy, I'm going to say, is 57.
No, he is the Bulls coach, yes.
Yeah,
but
that's what I thought.
He can't be happy doing that. Would you want to be the Bulls coach?
No. I mean, that damn NBA life.
What the hell's he doing now? He's in the NBA? He needs to be in the NBA.
He's 57.
On this desk, did you think I would know that he was the Bulls coach before these two?
Yeah.
Brown, again, I was trying to do the math in my head.
No, you
That's
nailed it
pretty
at
good,
57.
right?
Yeah, you nailed it at 57. No, Billy Donovan is the Bulls coach, but I'm like, I mean, would you? I don't know.
I don't know if he's had opportunities to come back to college
and
basketball.
maybe he will never do it. You're absolutely right. He's had opportunities.
Yeah. Why would any NBA guy? I mean, Rick Pitino actually did it, right?
But
Left the Knicks for Kentucky.
But I mean, here's what's crazy though. I'm reading right here that 4 years, $24 million is what he got paid. You make way more than that at Kentucky.
Yeah.
And cost of living in Lexington's far less than it is in Chicago.
It is not as much as you. I mean, Chicago, yes. But it's not cheap in Lexington.
I do
found
think,
that out.
Calipari
My
does.
$48,000 did
go
not
very
spend
far.
as far as I thought it would spend.
I said after watching Kentucky live Saturday that they weren't going to make the NCAA tournament. I feel really good about that now, especially them sitting 1-3 in conference and losing at home to South Carolina. I just don't think Calipari wants to go out like this, but it does seem like he is way on the backside of his career, so I think he's only got a couple of years left anyway.
Vol Fan 205 is exactly right. I mean, you would never do it, but Rick Pitino would come back in a heartbeat.
Oh, boy, he would leave Iona
to come back and clap back at Louisville one time, in a heartbeat.
And this may change, but to Lance's point about the NCAA tournament, and I'm trying to find, I think Josh Dubb is the Twitter guy that this was sent to us by.
Yep.
They would be in the Wednesday night game.
The playing game.
At the SEC tournament right now.
At least Kentucky fans get a long week in Nashville.
Still got to get to the Auburn win here in this opening segment and a couple of our great sponsors. Let's talk about our friend Dr. B, who's helping LT's hair look fantastic. But Big Blue Nation in crisis today. And, there's a different pep in our step on a show outside of Lexington, Kentucky, because the SEC has been under that thumb for a century. And there's a lot of joy usually around the SEC when Kentucky struggles in basketball. Don't struggle with hair loss. Dr. B can fix it.
No, unfortunately, the older you get, things start to fall apart. Things start to fall out. When hair loss started to happen to me, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone mentioned. It's been months. When I went in for my second consultation, we had 14% hair growth already, 14% thicker, still pretty early in the treatment, started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of the hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Is Auburn, and let me see if I can make this as elementary as possible, is Auburn on a day-in, day-out basis just as good as Wendell Green Jr. plays?
Guard play, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can put it all on Wendell Green if you want to, and he is the point. But, yeah, I mean, their guard play, I think, is what makes or breaks them.
I mean, I know that's simplifying it too much, and it's a team sport and all that. But
that's what Andy said yesterday. When you ask Andy Kennedy to break him down, he said the same thing. He knows way more basketball than us.
But Wendell Green Jr. is a guy that the last two games he's been fantastic for Auburn. And they have beaten Arkansas, Q1 win, and they went on the road last night at Ole Miss, where I don't know about you guys. As you watch that game, forget the broadcast. I'm not talking about the actual broadcasters or the production.
And I had volume down, so I did not get to hear what you guys heard.
Yeah, so forget the broadcasters. Yes. I mean, some of the broadcast teams we get are a far cry from, the great Tom Hammond, Joe Dean Jr. days.
Oh, those are so good days. So JP.
Yeah. But I will tell you that you have to quote Dabo Swinney, sometimes you have to bring your own guts on the road. And I'm not talking about a tough environment. I'm talking about an environment that was an echo chamber last night. There were no fans there. Auburn assistant coaches and analysts outnumbered Ole Miss fans in the stands last night. Can you imagine how when you play at Auburn Arena against Arkansas and it's just electric to go on the road at Ole Miss last night and you have to create your own energy? That, too, is challenging.
No, it is.
There's
no doubt. And it's very alarming, by the way. If I'm Kermit Davis, he probably knows his future anyway. But there were when they would show the shots of the money. All right, take students out of it. Students are out of class. Okay, I'll forgive that one if that's the case. But the money seats were empty. I mean, Dunaway's right. If they had a couple thousand people in that building, I'd be stunned. You could, anytime Bruce raised his voice above just a normal volume, you could clearly hear what he was saying.
Yeah, and I think that has become the toughest job in the SEC. We used to say it about Auburn.
No, it is. Ole Miss is tough.
I think Ole Miss is.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss is the toughest job.
In a decade, they will pray for what Andy Kennedy was doing.
I thought it last night, Brown. I thought to myself, Andy was energetic, and the style of play was fun. At least, I mean, the building probably wouldn't have been full last night, but there would have been more people there last night.
Well, and the product would be better, too. That first half was so stale to watch.
It was a hard watch last night.
But, Chris Moore goes out. I don't know what the status is. Only plays 3 minutes last night. But I thought Flanagan is starting to play really good basketball. You mentioned Green, but Flanagan off the bench and ultimately might be thrust into that starting lineup now because, again, I don't know what the long-term situation is for Moore. But Flanagan's been really, really good.
Andy's.
And then Broom. I know we're talking guards here, but Broom, that's his 40th triple-double of his career.
From Morehead State to Auburn. He's 19 and 11 last night, 4 straight in Auburn.
Yeah, I wanted to put a bow on Andy real quick because his last year got him fired, obviously, 11 and 16, 4 and 10. But
Andy Kennedy at Ole Miss.
But up until that point, his last 6 seasons had winning records or a 500 record in conference. Do you know how far they are from a winning record in conference right now?
Yeah, long, long way away.
Yeah, I mean, because if South Carolina's not the worst team in the conference, Ole Miss is in contention.
Yeah. So Auburn wins last night. They beat Ole Miss 82-73, just 10 turnovers. Wendell Green Jr. right here, 23 points, 18 in the second half. He got hot, so did Auburn. Here's Wendell.
I think our offense is starting to come together. Guys starting to play better, myself included. But we feel very comfortable out there, and we're just playing. They play pretty good defense. They switched it up a lot, but we're just very comfortable, and I like how we're going. We're progressing.
Second half for you, hitting a couple big shots, getting it going. What was that like? Just getting back in the groove again.
Just wanted to get back right. I hit my head in the first half, so that was kind of hard to bounce back from. But some shots in and out in the first half, but just they told me just keep shooting, and that's what I did. And I'm feeling good about my game, so it showed in the second half.
Crisp white. I mean, that's a whiter than white, right?
Is that an upside down Chevy sign?
All right, we got a lot going on
Vulcan?
that. Where are you talking about? The necklace?
The necklace itself, the silver part.
All right, the necklace looks like it's in a plastic bag, or is that just like ice?
Oh, that's
No, I think that's Angelina Jolie's blood, right?
Okay, that's
Billy
good.
Bob Thornton's blood.
Now,
Billy Bob Thornton.
yeah, it was the exact opposite. So, in the hat, is the hat say always in the bag?
It's not always on the head.
Always bring me a bag.
No,
That's what players say now, right?
Always in the bag.
Always in my bag.
Always in my bag. Okay. Wow. Wendell's got a lot going on there.
Yeah.
What kind of bag are we talking about?
Crisp white, though, man. That's popping white. That's whiter than white.
No, that's winter white.
Winter white, yeah. I like that.
What is this
I
Cowboys
winter
called
white.
it? Arctic white?
Arctic white.
Yep, that's what it is.
That's
Cowboys.
Arctic white. Auburn wins. They get Mississippi State back at home, where they have that long win streak. Now the fourth longest win streak in the nation after the Rupp Arena loss last night. All right, so we're off. There's a little basketball that happened last night. Meltdown at Kentucky. Auburn's getting right. Alabama in action tonight on the road at Arkansas. Back in my Taylor Korn, social media director, Double Down Media, force projections of the college basketball SEC season. This was the first projected loss I had for Alabama on the road at Arkansas tonight. We'll see what happens for the Tide as they play the Hogs, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. Back to football. Kirby and the national champs back in Athens last night. We roll to all that when we roll on. The show being brought to you in part by a couple of folks, including our friends at Nichols Outfitters, who are ready in 2023 to get you safely into a new year.
Yeah, there's no doubt the safes from Browning and Champion are great for your valuables, your firearms, your family heirlooms, your gold, your cash, all that protected. And right now you get a great deal, 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes, savings potentially of hundreds of dollars there. It's at Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. 25% off right now. Nichols Outfitters, they know the outdoors.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. You guys are dead on over there. I don't see who said 227 days, but 227 days to week 0 of college football. That includes Jack State's home opener in Conference USA with UTEP in town.
How about that?
Week 0, UTEP Jack State. Probably get some TV love there for Jacksonville State's first official FBS game, right?
Yeah, so a week 0 game in Jacksonville. I might go to that one, Jimmy.
Yeah, UTEP and Jack State right over there that opening weekend. They get Liberty, Western Kentucky, and La Tech as conference home games to go with UTEP. A different schedule for Jack State as they move to Conference USA. Some changing landscape out there. We'll talk college football right after LT tells us about the great folks at Gutter Cap. Your chance right now to secure that home and protect those gutters.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the last thing you want to do is get on the roof. I can't remember. Last time you guys were on a roof, I think I was probably sneaking into somebody's window. But
I did a little Habitat for Humanity down in the southern Mississippi after a hurricane one time. This is the last time I was on a roof.
Lance was sneaking in a girl's window. Dunaway was doing Habitat for Humanity. Big divide there.
It's all God's work.
Big divide there.
I had my binoculars and I was bird watching by the lady that was sunbathing.
Seriously?
No.
Anyway, when I see people on a roof, it makes me nervous.
Does
it really
it?
does.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you Google people falling off roofs, it happens all the time. It's disastrous. It really does. Don't get that dangerous ladder out. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call 205-823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
We started the show with fans unhappy with Calipari. That is not the case for Kirby Smart. They love Kirby Smart. They did all the stuff out in Los Angeles yesterday, and then they flew back all the way to Athens, Georgia, into Atlanta, then bus to Athens. They arrived back in Athens, Georgia. Huge crowds waiting. Here's Kirby Smart greeting the great fans, the students who came back out.
They found Stetson. I saw him getting off the plane.
Yeah, they did. Brock Bowers told a great story of how he was getting off an elevator, going to breakfast, and they said, hey, quickly, jump on the bus. You got to go to the news conference with us.
Stetson said he told the people at Georgia, when that clock hit 0, my media obligations for Georgia are over.
Yeah.
No, I swear that's what Stetson said.
Yeah. Find your
big time now.
Big time.
I would have said, well, then you find your accommodations on how to fly back from Los Angeles to Atlanta then.
I'm sure he could have found them. How many private jets were coming back?
It would not have been hard.
But back to Kirby arriving there, all that great scenes you just saw us right there of them arriving back there, Dog Nation providing that video for us. And Rockstar, give me cut 7. Javon Bullard yesterday before they left Los Angeles. And then questions as well when you get back to Athens about dynasty talk and where this program is compared to other programs or what's the future at Georgia. Both Javon Bullard, who you're about to hear from, and Brock Bowers, who were at the news conference with Kirby yesterday, all back next season for the Bulldogs. So the players are getting asked about a three-peat, never been done before in modern-day college football history, about a dynasty. Has it been born in Georgia? Here's what Javon Bullard says.
When you hear the words dynasty with Georgia football, do you think that fits this program now?
I mean, this place is special. It's special to all of us. I know it's special to Coach Smart. I know it's special to me. Just growing up as a kid from the state of Georgia and playing for the University of Georgia, it's special. So the word dynasty, I mean, it's something that we're building together. And that was built before us, and it's going to continue to be built after us. So we're just trying to leave our legacy and leave this place in good hands.
Great answer there by him. Kirby Smart, who got caught, not on the main cameras, some video got caught of him doing what Reese Davis had said on SVP to the Georgia fans, going 1, 2, and then throwing up the 3 fingers. Reese asked him about that in a one-on-one interview. He says, listen, that was my Michael Jordan. I grew up watching Michael Jordan when I was young, and Jordan, did that same thing. And we're trying to, obviously we have a standard. We're trying to win it every year. But it was my tribute to guys like Michael Jordan who had it. And, you don't want to call it a dynasty. You don't say you're trying for the three-peat or anything. You just go to work every day. But this is the beginning of a dynasty if somebody doesn't knock them back down to just a two-time national champion. If you let them become the first ever three-peat, that's dynastic.
Well, and you think about if Saban doesn't make one of the ballsiest moves ever and bring in Tua at halftime of that national championship, he's got another one. Obviously, they are going to be your number one team going into 2023. They're already a pretty heavy favorite in Vegas to win another national championship. We look at the schedule. It doesn't seem to be any blemishes. And if they are to lose a game, it's going to be one game. They're not going to lose two games in the regular season. So they're going to put themselves in a situation again to play for the right to go to a college football playoff.
And that all sounds like things we've said for 15 years about Alabama.
No. They'll lose a regular season game next year, I think.
I mean, percentages tell you that, Brown.
Percentages tell you you're not going to go 3 consecutive years undefeated in the regular season.
I get it,
in
but
the SEC.
Do you feel comfortable giving me that game?
Oh, I do not.
Yeah.
I do not. But, again, I'll point out, if you had said, okay, Brown, give me the closest regular season game they play this past season, I'd have never said Missouri.
I know, but,
not in a million years.
Coming into this year, after winning a national championship last year, when you see 15 guys get drafted, basically an entire team gets drafted, you can see, I don't know where it's going to be, but there are going to be hiccups because this is a complete makeover from the team last year. This team has got a ton of experience coming back.
I don't think, and it's not about players or ability or schemes or anything like that. I just think the reality is it is impossible to keep a team on the mental edge you have to have them to win that many consecutive Southeastern Conference games.
No, I agree.
Because they get complacent.
I agree.
And it happened to Nick Saban. It's happened a couple times to Nick Saban, who is the best to have ever done it and who has had a run in college football we'll never see again. I can confidently say the 15 years Nick Saban has given us, and it ain't done, but we're never going to see it again.
Well,
and I know you're about to say Kirby could do it. I don't think he can.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be around.
I don't think he can.
For 15 years?
Yep.
But I think if he is, I mean, he's got an opportunity.
Yeah, but I don't think he can. So it was impossible for Nick Saban to keep people from getting complacent. And if Nick Saban can't do it, Kirby Smart can. Kirby's great. But if Nick Saban, who's the best to have ever done it.
But Kirby was there when complacency set in.
That's
so
right.
Maybe you learn by watching what do we do wrong with those teams.
Yeah, my point is it's impossible to do.
Yeah.
Like you can learn all you want, but you cannot overcome that much human nature. You just cannot do it.
Okay, but let me point out they're 37-3 the last 3 years.
Yeah.
37-3.
33-1 their last 34.
Yeah, but 37-3 their last 3 years. So their 3 losses are 2 to Alabama and 1 to Florida. That really good Dan Mullen Florida team that with Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts and all the Kyles in Gainesville. Those 3 teams are not on that regular season roster, right? Those 2 Alabama quality teams and that Florida team, those teams aren't there. So it would take them playing a C-D type game and somebody else having their Steven Garcia game of the year for this to happen in the regular season.
And I'll give you examples of that in Tuscaloosa. You mentioned one, the Steven Garcia game. You play that game 10 more times, Alabama blows them out.
Yeah, that's a road game. It was a road game.
But it was a road game. Alabama they were flat. That was a complacent team.
I remember going into that game saying South Carolina was going to win that game. That was a good South Carolina team.
It was either the week before or 2 weeks before that Alabama had to survive Arkansas. They had to have a hell of a fourth quarter to beat Arkansas on the road in Fayetteville. I remember that on that trip.
And I think Alabama was only like 8.5 to 10.5 point favorite.
The Texas A&M game 2 seasons ago in College Station.
Never saw that one coming.
Yeah, Alabama's a much better team than Texas A&M. Again, you play that game half a dozen times, Alabama's going to win them all. But it just, you didn't have the mental edge you needed going into that game. You made a ton of mistakes. A road crowd started to affect you. I mean, that's what happens in the Southeastern Conference.
Well, and here's another thing. We don't know how good Georgia's going to be at quarterback next year.
We don't.
We assume.
I think Carson Beck will be fine.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be a huge drop-off from Stetson.
It's kind of like Alabama.
Yeah.
But, I heard Stephen A. Smith talking about this with Feinbaum, and I don't know if we've talked about Feinbaum's comments with
we did a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I
guess
we did touch on that. But, he did say, what has he done without Kirby Smart? And he's talking about we don't know what's coming back at quarterback. And Stephen A. Smith was like, I didn't know who Bryce Young was. I didn't know who Mac Jones was. I sure as hell didn't know who Tua Tagovailoa was. And he's like, it doesn't matter who he rolls out there. These quarterbacks are incredible. I don't know about you guys. I'm a little more skeptical this year about Alabama's quarterback situation.
Well, I know everyone over there is very high on Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
And until you get in the game, you never know what you got. So I don't know. I'm not judging them about quarterback, but I think they feel in Athens like they've been recruiting these 5-star quarterbacks, and Stetson Bennett has kept them from getting on the field, which makes you wonder how Stetson Bennett has kept them from getting on the field. But he's been winning football games, and he's won 2 national champions. So they feel good about their quarterback position. They feel really good about all the positions around the quarterback position.
Again, you got road games, and I know Auburn is in a first-year head coach with Hugh Freeze, and there's nothing about those 2 rosters that say that should be a ball game. But you got a road game at Auburn.
That's
tough
right.
place to play in a big game. That's
right.
a tough environment. You got a road game at Tennessee. That is a tough place to play. It's hard to win on the road in the Southeastern Conference.
That's right. Especially if Tennessee's having a good year, because that is week 11.
Yeah, it's late
game.
next to last. Yeah. So it could be for the East. I mean, if you look at it that way, that could be a game for the East. If Tennessee's undefeated or got 1 loss,
because
maybe
Alabama there this year, that was a different atmosphere.
Oh, in Knoxville?
Yeah, different atmospheres than I've ever experienced in Knoxville, because back when I started going to Knoxville, it was great atmosphere, huge game, but the fans were not as mad, angry. It was the atmosphere was not as insane as it was this year because they were so hungry. The place was dying for a win over Alabama. They were dying to get back, possibly to winning a championship. It was crazy back in the 90s when I first started going there, but it wasn't like it was this time. It was very Baton Rouge-like. It was very Jordan Hare-like this time.
I think it'll be, you guys help me out. When's the last time that Tennessee beat Georgia?
Seems like it's been a while, but probably it was the Hail Mary.
Hail Mary?
Yeah,
which is 16, right? Or something like that.
The infamous game that I talk about all the time that DirecTV went out for everyone. But, so it's been a while. So I think as long as Tennessee has 1 or less loss, you'll have that same atmosphere next year.
If Tennessee beats Alabama, if Alabama beats Tennessee and Tuscaloosa, which I imagine will happen next year, that game could still be for the East. Do you know what Neyland Stadium will be like if you've got a 1 game against Georgia for the East?
Yeah.
You know how hungry that fan base is to get to Atlanta?
Especially if Georgia has that win streak still intact,
absolutely.
if they're still unbeaten.
That'll be an impossible environment. Now, Tennessee may not be good enough, but that's my point. The environment you have to deal with.
And again, you can be at the dawning of a dynasty, I believe. You can be at the dawning of a dynasty, if that's what Georgia is going to become, and still have a dynasty that's going on with Alabama. It can be 2 things can be happening at the same time, because Alabama's impressiveness has been the length of time they have done this, from 2008 when that started, the title in 9, and to still be what they've been over the last few years. The best thing on Twitter yesterday to me, and we mentioned it at the end of the show, was in 5 seasons, Alabama's lost 7 games, or 7 seasons, Alabama's lost 5 games by a combined total of 58 points.
Yeah.
And TCU did that in one night.
I know.
So it's not like Alabama's fallen that far off.
No, look, Alabama is still right there. And look, this thing swings right back if Alabama wins a national championship next year, or even just beats Georgia for the SEC championship. But Georgia does have an opportunity to do something Alabama's never done under Nick Saban.
Or anybody else.
Yeah.
So we'll see what next year holds. 227 days away on our countdown to week 0 kick. A lot of time between now and then to talk about Georgia football. When we come back, though, there could be a problem with another SEC team, 5-star quarterback. What's going on in Gainesville? The show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Brownie, your family visits that place often.
Yeah, we've been there. Greystone Chiropractic. My man, Dr. Lee, takes good care of my family. But they've also got Element Wellness under the same roof in Tattersall Park, just off 119-280. Infrared sauna therapy, the red light therapy, the cryotherapy, IV bags, the wellness bags. Listen, this is basically what it boils down to. If you want to look better, feel better, and heal better in 2023, Element Wellness is for you. ElementWellness.me. That is Element wellness.me.
Also, our friends at the University of Montevallo, if you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour. Find out why small class sizes and a wonderful campus life could help your kids succeed academically in 21 NCAA Division II fully funded sports. It's the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
We'll get you ready for the big NFL weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday playoff games with John McClain. He'll join us at the top of the hour. But we want to talk a little bit more SEC football here, looking towards 2023. One recruit not on campus as of last night. I haven't heard anything yet today from Gainesville. First, tell us about Slice, and we'll get into a five-star quarterback who is in transit, maybe.
Yeah, I got to pull this real quick, but I got a buddy of mine. Heath sent me this. So it was Reader's Digest, did the best pizza in every state. Guess who came in first in Alabama?
Would it be Slice Pizza Land?
Slice Stone Pizza and Brew. I'll just read you what they say about it. Soul food as well, the soul of South. 3 Birmingham brothers, the Bajaya brothers, and the founders of Slice decided to apply that down-home cooking style to pizza, and they're aptly named Soul Pie. It's topped with an irresistible sausage, black-eyed peas, turnip greens, red onion, pepper jack cheese. They even have a take-home pizza kit so you can make your own pie. Again, 3 great locations, the original in Lakeview, one here in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and one next week opening in Crestline. Get in for lunch or dinner. Just fantastic food, local pizza, local ingredients. It's our buddies, the Bajaya brothers at Slice.
Hey, and if you're looking for a great place to work, too, they're always looking for
great people at all those Slice locations. So swing by there. Listen, when you sign on the dotted line, it seems like you're committed to somebody. And maybe it's just, transportation from California to Gainesville, Florida can't be easy. So I don't want to read too much into this yet, but people who cover Florida have noticed that their 5-star quarterback, Jaden Rashada, is not enrolled yet. Like, he's listed as a student because he was accepted academically, but he is not officially enrolled yet, and as of last night, has not showed up on campus. And the coaching staff felt like he was going to come play in Luganville's Under Armour All-Star game in Orlando and just come up to Gainesville and stay. But he didn't. And now the question is, where is Jaden Rashada, and is he going to be a Florida Gator?
Well, David Waters, who covers the Florida Gators for WJXT, also does a Gators Breakdown podcast.
Tonight on Local 7, Gators Breakdown.
At GatorDave_SEC. Oh, Gator Dave says, in a tweet about 3 hours ago, exact details on the Jaden Rashada situation are slim, as they should be, but certainly NIL related. Not necessarily if it's quote-unquote enough, but what it, all cap, should look like. Hopefully it gets figured out, but I hate this is even a thing right now. So
possibly he was promised one thing and they haven't come up with the goods yet?
I don't know. I do not know how to
judging by what
judging by what he said. It's a modern day college football contract holdout. Is what he's reporting. Yeah, it's a contract holdout. So this is a contract holdout.
And I think that's fair. If I'm promised one thing, well, I'm not going to enroll yet until I get what I was promised. And if I remember correctly, LT, this was the kid from California, 5-star quarterback, and he chose initially I think everyone thought he was going to Miami.
I think he committed there.
And then he ended up at Florida, and he the kid that drove his car out onto Florida Field and did the photo shoot. They let him drive a car out onto Florida Field and do a photo shoot. So he's a no-show right now, and you got to think that Miami could have their hands back out trying to say, well, look, here's what we got.
I mean, this is just going to happen. I mean, you're going to have guys going to the 11th hour, and they're going to wait on the bigger payday. We heard it locally, with one of the I don't want to give too many details.
Well, but I
will tell you this story. There was a local kid, and 4 different offers were at his doorstep at the same time, and he went with the highest offer, and it was cash. I mean, these are the things that are going to happen now. It's not about, man, I love these facilities. My tour guide was awesome.
Look at the girls.
Yeah, I mean, the girls are great. This place feels like home. And a lot of this, unfortunately, is dad or uncle or, mom saying, hey, look.
Pritch Law over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It's embarrassing watching these schools kiss ass on these punks.
Well,
but
it's not going to stop.
You're just now getting to watch it. It's always happened.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen, Pritch Law, is you're going to have a couple of coaches, some old school guys that are going to be like, I ain't doing it anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Rusty, it's sad has come to this. It ain't about ball anymore. It's how much can you give me without proving yourself first.
Again, they've always been doing that. You're just now seeing it. I mean, this is nothing new. It's just out in the open now. Now, because it's out in the open, you can do things like Jaden Rashada is doing here, where he's got a little bit of leverage still. He doesn't have to enroll right now. This is early enrollment, right? I mean, he can hold out until the middle of summer if he wants to.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, technically, it's an early enrollee in January. He's not supposed to be there until summer.
Yeah, I think it's August. A little bit different. You're right. It's always been going on. I think the biggest difference is guys that are already on your team that can shake down their team and want more money, or they can say, I'm going to transfer out because somebody's offering me more money.
I think people would be surprised at how much of that happened before the 2022 season in some prominent places.
Yeah.
With some well-liked players.
But, boy, it's really going on now.
Yeah.
So you raise your collective to go out and get guys that you think you're recruiting. Part of that collective is to retain guys that won't leave through the portal.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on Rashada because he is supposed to be the guy that's supposed to help Billy Napier get over the hump in Gainesville. Could be one of those teams, if Rashada was that good, that could be a fly in the ointment for Georgia next year.
Yeah, I mean, if he's that good now, he better be really, really good.
He better be really, really good. But, I mean, it is Florida, and he's got 5-star credentials next to him. We'll see. They did bring in Graham Mertz, and I was wondering if maybe that had rubbed him the wrong way. Graham Mertz coming to be in the quarterback room.
Not if he's watched him.
So that's one side. The Mississippi State quarterback room before we get to the top of the hour. All right, you got Will Rogers coming back. You lose the great Mike Leach. The unfortunate passing of Mike Leach leaves a little bit of an offensive question mark there. And if you'd paid attention, Mike Leach had recruited very well. He had brought in 2 4-star quarterbacks. One of them, Braden Locke, and the other one, Sawyer Robertson, both 4-star guys. Locke with no appearances at all, but Robertson got in through 11 passes last year. Both those guys are out the door yesterday in the portal. Locke left first and is going to Wisconsin. So he's going to the Wisconsin room as a 4-star quarterback, never got on the field at Mississippi State, but was there last year. In the story about Locke leaving, they said he was leaving a crowded quarterback room that included Will Rogers returning and Sawyer Robertson. Later in the day, Robertson in the portal, and he's going to Baylor. So he's going back to Texas and going to Baylor, which leaves Will Rogers and not a crowded quarterback room for Zach Arnett and company there.
Yeah, and you wonder now that Steve Spurrier Jr., obviously the passing of Mike Leach, Steve Spurrier Jr. no longer with that staff, how different is this offense going to look?
That's right, and that's what Ross says, big State fan. Arnett's going to abandon the air raid offense, and these guys came to play for the legend in the air raid, Mike Leach.
Well, we'll see how good Will Rogers really is.
Yeah, so there you go. Carson says Sawyer was not ready to lead that offense. He struggled every time on the field. Chris Parson is a 4-star signee and will be more of a threat to Rodgers than either of those guys down the future. Carson also checking in from Hell Nation here on the round table today. On the next round today. It's been 18 months on that.
Yeah. You know who called himself yesterday was Brock Heward. Yeah. And I was very impressed that he called himself. And I even thought then, we haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, and there you go, right there. Break that streak. $1 in the jar. When we come back, John McClain joins us here on the next round to talk NFL football. MyBookie's got all the lines. You can jump in and play those games. MyBookie.ag.
Yes, they do, Jimmy D. MyBookie.ag. Code next round on a deposit of $50 or more. Get a cash bonus instantly to your MyBookie account. And using that bonus is simple. Bet your deposit amount just one time. You're ready to cash out. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. That is MyBookie.ag. Code next round. NFL playoffs this weekend. Get in on that. College basketball, NBA, UFC, big weekly blackjack tournaments. But I cannot stress this enough, that this deposit bonus you are not getting anywhere else. Nobody else does it this way, guys. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Get that deposit bonus on a deposit of $50 or more. All you got to do is use it that one time. Bet it one time. It is your money forever. You're not going to find that deal anywhere else. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. NFL playoffs with the great John McClain next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at Culver's.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
NFL playoffs this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday night as well. As we get ready to talk a little NFL football, remember, drink responsibly as you enjoy our friends at Redmont Vodka, perfect for your viewing pleasure on the doubleheader Saturday, tripleheader Sunday, and the Monday night game with the Cowboys and the Buccaneers.
Again, this great vodka is locally owned and operated, but it's available in 20 states right now. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smells. Vodka perfection, Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. You can get it at your local package store, including Peak Package and the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle, ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
John McClain wrote 35 years for the Houston Chronicle covering the NFL. He now does that for GallerySports.com. GallerySports.com. His plaque hangs in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and you can follow him on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. Welcome in, John. I hope you're doing well today.
I am, guys. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, John, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I want to know because, you know, obviously New Year's in Jacksonville, years in Houston, you saw a lot of Jacksonville. Your years covering the Texans and the NFL there in Houston. This is a heck of a turnaround from where Urban Meyer left this thing to where Doug Peterson now has them in the playoffs. I think we need to stop for a beat and give Doug Peterson a lot of credit for that turnaround because that was a cesspool mess he took over after Urban Meyer.
I wrote a column last week for GallerySports.com, my new employer, doing my postseason awards. They officially are not turned in till this week. The official AP All-Pro team, they unlike the Pro Bowl, which wants it 3 or 4 weeks early, which is preposterous because you got electronic voting. That goes back to the old days when they had to write it on a piece of paper and ship it and calculate it. So players know the biggest deal is the official AP All-Pro team, and I voted Doug Peterson my Coach of the Year over Kyle Shanahan because of the turnaround they made. I was confident they were going to beat the Titans in that last game. And I think that Jacksonville's a perennial loser. They hadn't been in the playoffs since 2017. The Texans, the lowly Texans, had beaten them 9 times in a row and 15 of 17 before Jacksonville came here 2 weeks ago and handed them their worst loss of the season. And it had been 85 games, but Doug Peterson has got Super Bowl experience. He knows how to coach offense. He played quarterback. He's the best thing, along with Press Taylor, the quarterback coach and coordinator, who is the younger brother of Bengals coach Zach Taylor, that they've done a tremendous job with Trevor Lawrence. Now, let's be honest, Trevor Lawrence is a generational quarterback. Probably anybody other than Urban Meyer could coach him. But I can't wait for this game because him and Justin Herbert, two of the best young quarterbacks who will be around for at least 10 years, are going to be squaring off. Could be the first of many, as it is with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. The AFC is just loaded with great young quarterbacks, and I'm really eager to see if the Jaguars can win a game at all.
I know Brandon Staley played his starters in Week 17 against the Broncos, but if we take that game out, you look at, they had won 4 consecutive games, and they were doing it with their defense, John. I mean, the defense was dominant for the Chargers with Bosa back. Now you're healthy. I think Mike Williams is going to be 100% at least by game time. Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, they've got so many weapons. This Charger team is also ultra dangerous.
They are, and they've had, of all the good teams, they've had more injuries to key players than anybody. And have had them on both sides of the ball. And, of course, you want them healthy at the end of the year. And if Mike Williams can play opposite Keenan Allen, having Austin Eckler as a touchdown machine, and then Herbert, he didn't throw as many touchdown passes last year because he didn't have as many opportunities. Brandon Staley was a better coach. He wasn't a wild man on fourth down. He was a lot more sensible. He worked on defense. I was asked the other day, and I'm writing a column for Friday about playoff predictions. Who's a team that's not being picked to win it could get hot and be a surprise? And I'm going to say the Chargers because I have to admit I picked them to win the Super Bowl and Herbert to be MVP before the season. Now, I say that they may go to Jacksonville and get hammered, but they do have a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. The key is we don't know yet just how good of a coach Brandon Staley is in big moments.
John, I want to continue to talk about the games on the field, but Sean Payton is such a great coach, in my opinion, at least a play caller, and he's out there, and he's rumored to be in the mix here, or staying at Fox. If I was him, I feel like I would wait until after Monday night just in case the Cowboys get beat by the Buccaneers because I feel like that job could open up again. Where do you think Sean Payton is in the mix? And Jerry Jones, if the Cowboys lose on Monday night, is Jerry the kind of guy that would fire a coach that went 12-5?
Jerry Jones, everybody thinks Sean Payton is going to Dallas because he and Jerry are really good friends. Now, he said last week on TV that ownership is the most important thing to him. Now, he could go to Arizona, which needs a coach and a general manager, and he wants total control of personnel. Jerry Jones is general manager, and he has final say on personnel, but he's 80 years old. He has great respect for Sean Payton, and he may say, hey, come home, and I'll give you in your contract final say of personnel, which would be a huge story in Dallas. As far as Mike McCarthy, he's had back-to-back 12-win seasons, the first time since their Super Bowl years, 26 years ago in the early 90s. And I think Mike will get another job, but Jerry Jones is about trying to win a Super Bowl before he dies. That wasn't because of Jimmy Johnson. When Barry Switzer won with Jimmy's players, that was one thing. And I think if he could get Payton, he would do it in a heartbeat. Now, keep this in mind. People are saying that the Saints want a first-round pick for Payton. Why would they settle for a first-round pick for a coach that is great? The last time I can remember a coach moving for big compensation was John Gruden. When he left the Raiders for the Bucks, they gave up 2 1s, 2 2s, and $8 million. If John Gruden was worth that to the Buccaneers, Sean Payton's got to be worth something close to that, you would think. And does he go to Arizona and start over from the ground floor? How much does he like Kyler Murray? Denver will try to get him. How much does he like Russell Wilson? Does he think he can be fixed? Does he think that Russell Wilson is about the system and the coaching? Those Walmart owners got deep pockets, but they got a shortage of draft choices. So there's a lot for him to think about.
John McClain is with us. His plaque hangs in the Pro Football Hall of Fame there in Canton. You can read his work at gallerysports.com. That is gallerysports.com. 35 years covering the NFL. Also on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Sticking with Jerry Jones' actual team on the field, I don't know that anybody limped into the playoffs much worse than them. playing their starters against Washington and looked awful. Should I be concerned?
If you're a Cowboy fan, you better be concerned. Dak Prescott has not shown consistency this year. He had the mental blunder at the end of the playoff game last year that cost him. McCarthy had clock management issues. If Dak Prescott goes to Tampa, where the Bucs won the division with an 8-9 record, it's one thing to lose to Tom Brady in the playoffs. There's no shame in that. But if he plays poorly and lose to Brady, there's going to be a lot of Cowboy fans that say, hey, they got to get another quarterback. Now, I don't know why I believe this. They got more talent than the Bucs. They got a really good running game, big play defense. Dak has had some great games. They got more turnovers than anybody. The Buccaneers can't run. They're last in the league in rushing. It's all on Brady and his receivers and the defense. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but I do know this. I don't know anybody who thinks they could lose that game and McCarthy could keep his job, even though Jerry Jones said on his talk show this week that that's not going to happen. And we all know Jerry's never told a lie.
He hasn't played in 38 days, and this is the most fascinating injury to keep up with is Lamar Jackson. Two parts here. John, do you think he plays Sunday night in Cincinnati? And the second part, do you think ultimately Baltimore re-signs him?
No, I don't think he'll play. He's had a knee injury now since the first weekend in December. He's not practicing. I think he would have to practice before he would play. And they're hoping they can beat Cincinnati, who just beat them, and Cincinnati's heavily favored. And maybe Lamar Jackson would be available for the next week. I don't think he's going to play again. Now, he wanted Deshaun Watson-type guaranteed money, and they said no. You're going to have to live with like $150 million of guaranteed money. And they could franchise him for 2 years. So he's not going anywhere out of Baltimore. They love him. The players love him. He's got a great relationship with John Harbaugh, and I think it works against him that he does not have an agent other than him and his mother, and that'll save a lot of money. But if you're going to get that kind of money, what does it matter? But he's going to have to get some good advice, and it'd be great for the playoffs if he were available, but I just don't see it.
Give me a confidence level in the Vikings going into this playoff.
Kevin O'Connell did a really good job there, but it was a great job. He came in with great skill position players, great running back, a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. There wasn't a lot to not like about them, but I've never seen a team win as many games as they did and have such a negative point differential as they do. And if they win, people say, okay, they should win. I don't think I'm picking them to lose. I just, in this round of the playoffs, there are always 2 or 3 visitors to win. I'm going to pick the Cowboys, I'm going to pick the Giants, and I'm going to pick the Chargers.
Only the Houston Texans can convert a 4th and 20 Hail Mary and then the 2-point conversion to lose the number 1 overall pick. How pissed was ownership? How pissed were the fans?
Well, the fans were because everybody wanted to get the top pick and have your choice of any quarterback. Fans here want Bryce Young, even though when the scouting process, it's got another 3 months to go, might have him number 2 to C.J. Stroud. And the only thing anybody's worried about with Young is his size, not his height, but he looks almost frail, as you guys know. Now, when he starts meeting with teams and they see his personality and lunches and dinners, he's going to blow them away. There's nothing he can't do on the field, but they worry over a 17-game season that there's going to be a lot of wear and tear on him that might keep him down. Now, Tua Tagovailoa, as you guys know, he's hurt every year he played. So I'm not surprised at all that he's been hurt because it goes back to Alabama. But the fans here would go crazy in a good way if Bryce Young were the quarterback and D'Amico Ryans, a 6-year player here, one of the most popular in franchise history, were the head coach. And I don't know if they'll do that, and I don't know if ultimately they'll like Young or Stroud. But it's a great deal for the Bears because you have teams with the 2nd and 4th pick, 4th is the Colts, who need quarterbacks, who are desperate for quarterbacks, and you want the Colts to give them some kind of outrageous offer to leap over the Texans. And what the Texans have to do, their general manager has to leak it to enough media people that he loves a certain quarterback who's not the one he really loves, But on the other hand, what if he did do it and he was playing poker? So it's going to be so much fun between now and the draft as they jockey for positions. And if the Bears get too cute, they can't go below 4 because the top 4 picks are Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Will Anderson Jr., edge rusher. And the Bears need one of those 2 edge rushers desperately, so they cannot go below 4.
You brought up Tua, John, before you go, and you know there are a lot of Tua fans here in our area from his time at Alabama. What do you feel like is his immediate future, i.e. Sunday, and what is the long-term prognosis for Tua as it relates to him being an effective quarterback in the NFL with his injury history?
As you guys know, they loaded up for him at receiver. When he was healthy, he played great. He played better than anybody thought he would. They did everything they could to get Deshaun Watson last year. So did Philadelphia. Philadelphia was not sold on Jalen Hurts, and then neither one of them got him, and both of their quarterbacks have been tremendous. Tua, of course, has multiple concussions. People are talking about his career being over. I don't see it. I think he'll come back. You'd love for him to come back in this game. One of the best games he played this season was in the loss at Buffalo in bad weather. Showed people he could play well in bad weather. But I think next season he'll be the quarterback. Their season's about to be done against the Buffalo Bills.
He is John McClain, GallerySports.com. GallerySports.com is where you read his work now. He's been doing this for a very long time. As I said, his plaque hangs in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That should tell you enough. And you can see more on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL and GallerySports.com. Thank you very much for the time, John. Always great talking with you.
Guys, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the week.
You too, buddy. Take care. John with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A couple of moves in the NFL. One of them, the Ravens, before their game this weekend at Cincinnati, 7:15 coming up Sunday night on NBC, they re-signed Roquan Smith to a 5-year, $100 million contract. That's big linebacker money. I know quarterback money sometimes makes some contracts look small. 5 years, $100 million. Seems small by quarterback numbers now, but that's a big linebacker number.
No, look, and Roquan was one of those guys you thought would be a long-term guy with the Chicago Bears. He's done a great job for the Ravens. And, you know, it's unfortunate if you're a Ravens fan. Shout out to Kevin Kozlik, one of the few Ravens fans I know around here. But without Lamar Jackson and playing the Cincinnati team, who, again, I think is the best team in football, this number's gone to 7. It's still kind of a scary spot for Cincinnati, because it's really difficult to beat a team in back-to-back weeks. But without Lamar Jackson at 100%, I don't know what – the offense is so different under Baltimore. I know Tyler Huntley is one of these guys that can run that offense, but literally is a poor man's Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like their odds with Lamar Jackson because I think Cincinnati's that good. But with Tyler Huntley, well, I mean, what do you expect this game to be?
I mean, I think Burrow is playing as well as anybody right now. I think the Bengals are playing as well as anybody. The AFC is just so loaded. Can you imagine if your Dolphins were 100%, Baltimore was 100%?
Oh, it'd be phenomenal. I mean, because to McClain's point, I mean, Miami could have easily won that game at Buffalo. Could have easily swept the Bills this season.
That's right. The team that a lot of people think could end up still winning it all.
Yeah, no doubt. And then, you've got the Chiefs out there who look like half the time they're bored. I mean, we didn't get to it, but did you guys see the play where they do the carousel huddle?
Yes.
I mean, it just looks like they're bored to death half the time and just looking for something to do.
This is going to be our Hemphill question of the day, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Do you think Detroit is no longer in the market for quarterback? Is Jared Goff done enough to where they don't need to be looking at quarterback?
Do you want me to answer before I tell you about him?
Yeah.
Yes. Jared Goff's a good quarterback. He had a couple of bad years. He's had some really good years. And I think he established himself with the weapons Detroit's got now. I think Jared Goff, think about it, he went 354 attempts without an interception, the 5th longest streak in NFL history.
Offense was not their issue.
No,
I mean,
not
offense
at all.
is not their issue. So, I think if you're them, you've got something to build on defensively with Aiden Hutchinson. I think you continue to build that defense, and they can be a player in the NFC.
And I think Dan Campbell likes Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, so I think he probably doesn't make a move there. But that defense has got to get a lot better. But to answer your question, I think he's still only 28, 29 years old.
So they're not in the market.
They are not in the market for
a quarterback. And I wouldn't be. And when he went from L.A. to Detroit, We thought he was a placeholder until
the first season was awful.
Until they could get to position to draft quarterback.
Yeah. Do you know, Rockstar, going into next season, for whatever this is worth, do you know how sexy a pick your team is going to be?
Troy just tweeted, Lions will win the NFC North next season.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think so, but thank you for that.
No, I think they will.
I think they can win the North.
Yeah, I think
Minnesota
they will win
Minnesota is a house of cards. I have said this all season long, and John McClain just hit on it. I think they're negative 5 point differential, aren't they? Yeah. I mean, they've won their division. And they're negative 5 in point differential. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Do you think Aaron Rodgers might come back next year?
No. It's Love's time in Green Bay.
Did you see, though, the post-game speech by Dan Campbell?
No.
It was incredible.
He's awesome. I love him, though.
And he gave out 2 game balls, one to Jamal Williams, who broke Barry Sanders' touchdown record for a season, and then one to their owner. Yeah. And their owner is much like if you've watched what's the
Ford family?
Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
No, if you've watched Ted Lasso, she's like that owner in Ted Lasso.
But it doesn't matter if Aaron Rodgers comes back. You're the better team. You're better than Green Bay.
Yeah.
I just like the attitude.
I love him.
That's what Zach says. Detroit's attitude Sunday night was just amazing to watch.
I mean, you sit there and you know they're score watching, and Seattle wins in overtime, and you're like, damn, our season's over. But you know what we can do?
That's
we
right.
can go out with a winning record for the first time since 2016, and we can put Aaron Rodgers out of the playoffs.
They played harder than Green Bay, who was playing to get the postseason. It was crazy.
All right. Tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill. And then Forrester's got a little photo, a couple photos he wants to show us involving the NFL.
Hey, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Just mention you heard it right here on the Next Round. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Service, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
One of the things we've loved the most, at least I have personally, I won't speak for you guys, but I never imagined, because I never worked anywhere that had gear to sell, merch to sell. And, when we started, we were like, okay, we're going to have one logo T-shirt, and then we threw a couple other things in there. We threw some hats in there, and then it grew into this big, we've got rooms dedicated now to shipping stuff out to you guys, and we're so happy that you guys wear it, support us, send us the pictures, and all of that. We got 23% off all this week to say thank you. All in the store, 23% off.
On everything.
Everything. Nextround.store, nextround.store. I love bumping into people, seeing them at games with hats on, T-shirts on. It is amazing. We're going to try to get a little bit more creative later this year with some of the merch where it's not just all logo stuff. All that's coming, so we're looking forward to that down the road. But we love the pictures, and you've got one sent from
So a buddy of ours, Preston Hooten, went up to Lambeau this past weekend and was a guest of Aaron Jones, and so they got the whole red carpet treatment. They got to do the walkthroughs at Lambeau. They had a suite up there. They had dinner with the Joneses, and that's him and Aaron right there. Look at him. He's rocking. So this was a Dirty Santa gift, was the Seafoam Green that hasn't sold out. And so Preston fell in love with the Seafoam Green. He's like, this is the most underrated hat you guys have.
100%. I was just waiting for the summer of 2023 to get one.
It really is a good hat the more you look at that color because it's so unique. So we wore it up there. So that's the picture with Aaron Jones. And the next picture is Aaron Jones took a Sharpie out, if we can get it.
He working.
Okay, here it comes. To the boys. He signed it, and Preston was going to give the hat back to us.
Absolutely. Love that. So we love it when you wear our stuff out there, and especially if you can get NFL players to sign it. We love that, too.
I love it in Lambeau. That's probably, I'm going to guess, and I could be wrong, the first time our gear's been at Lambeau.
I'll have to go back.
I thought we had another photo from Lambeau.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look.
I think somebody was wearing a T-shirt at an early Lambeau game or something that we've got in the roll somewhere.
Like I try to save them all, which my wife is starting to warn me I'm going to fill up all my data because I've got 7,600 pictures right now. So I try to save all of.
Oh my God!
Do you not have that many?
No.
Let me see how many pictures. You've got how many?
And I have a kid.
7,600. Well, your kid's not very old.
How do you know how many pictures you have?
Yeah, where do I see that number?
If you just go to your photos.
Holy hell, Lunsford has 25,000.
Are you 201 today?
I am 201 today.
Lunsford's got how many?
25,000.
I've got 736.
I have 1,700.
I've got 7,684.
I got 1,448.
Yeah.
I don't take a lot of pictures.
Way to go, Lunsford. You win.
25,000.
Lunsford's on the road nonstop.
I mean, officially 24,677.
Oh, I bet it was.
I mean, how does your? I mean, I should not be worried about my phone holding all my pictures. Then.
Well, it depends
This
what kind of
sounds
phone
like
you got.
this
I got
sounds
the
like one of
biggest
those commercials you love, Brown.
Yeah.
So it can hold all my pictures.
Yeah, I thought it really did.
You're cleaning your trash cans?
I don't have to go delete any of my pictures.
So why is my iCloud always bitching about my storage?
Well, have you bought more storage?
Oh, you're asking
I don't
Lance
know.
this? I mean, my God.
You're
Lunsford.
using what came with it, so it's already out of-
Y'all may as well be talking to this wall right here. I don't know why y'all waste your time. Forrester's got 8,436.
That's quite a lot. But, he's got little leaguers.
Lego Time wants to know how many are feet, Dunaway.
Not that many.
Hey, do you ever get uncomfortable when somebody's like searching for a picture?
Yes, and you never know what's going to pop up.
And especially depending on who the person
That's right.
is.
Like-
I hate to judge book by cover.
No, they're letting you look at their phone, and I'm like, I don't know. You may send stuff to your
like
wife.
you can
I don't know
look at
about.
all 1448 of mine, and you ain't gonna see nothing that's incriminating.
You want a little life hack? If you want to see the good stuff, just go to their hidden photos.
Oh no, you told me that when we were in a certain city.
The old calculator?
Yeah.
No, he actually. I wish we could tell the story.
I wish we could too. So that's our Hemp Hill question of the day on the Detroit Lions as I stumble out of that. And interesting gear, 23% off nextround.store. Next
Let
round.
me tell a little bit of the story.
No, I mean, we're late for a break, LT. I mean, this damn clock. I mean, it gets in the way all the time. More commercials.
Mystery Fifth Hour. Can we do it on a Mystery Fifth Hour?
We probably could. We
Okay.
probably could if we don't use names and we let a little water roll under the
A little
bridge.
time pass.
Yeah, Precision Sports, though, will get you back in the game. If you're looking at who's playing this weekend, pay attention and see that injury chart this weekend is Tua in and out. Everyone thinks he's going to be out this weekend, which is going to be a little bit of a problem. But Precision Sports will help you get back into your game.
Yeah, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations, injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Okay, some of you may be new to what we do here, and if you are, like, subscribe, thumbs up wherever you are, especially on YouTube. We appreciate that. If you're watching us in YouTube, you've never subscribed, please go do that now. It's real easy to do. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps us tremendously. Just hit the subscribe button and give us the thumbs up. That is tremendous there. But when we left where we were and came here, one of the things we were debating is, well, what are we going to do music-wise? And we decided instead of paying for music, Rockstar would create a lot of music. That last bumper, though, was not you, though, right?
That was not me. I think Tyler actually put that one. There's some
I like it, by the way, Tyler.
There's actually royalty-free music out there that we can have access to, and that is a Tyler special.
Yeah, can you give me a little bit of that again? Is that possible?
No.
No, it can't. It's already gone by.
Hey, are we going to do the poll question on who has the better tattoo, Dan Lanning or Tyler?
I heard y'all had fun with Tyler last Friday.
Yeah, I don't know if it was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun, and it
you
wasn't
see how
me.
I phrased that, though?
I did see how you phrased that. Yeah.
There is Tyler's tattoo again. I get labeled as the creepy one, but I don't have dude tattoo on my disc there, Forrester.
Wait, if Sour Patch Kids did a Halloween version, that's on the cover.
It reminds
Rockstar, run in here so you can see it.
Oh, I saw it. I saw the picture. Scott showed it to me, but I'm curious how it came up.
Somebody's
tattoo.
Oh, no. Tyler said he would get a tattoo. We would call him number 11 if he were our 11th employee. And he said, in fact, I'll get an 11 tattooed on me if you guys will hire me.
Okay.
And then I think Dunaway asked him if he already had a tattoo.
Yeah, we asked if he already had some, and he told us he had that one. That was his first one.
It's always in Dunaway's arsenal. You got a tattoo?
I mean, how big of a wager was it if he's already got tattoos? I mean, putting an 11 on that body at this point is not going to hurt the body.
Well, man, I have tattoos. I'm not going to put the word groovy on my forehead.
No, I would say.
Okay, look at them. Look at them side by side.
I mean, Dan Lanning's.
I'm still calling BS. That is not Dan Lanning.
Yeah.
No, it is. I saw the story.
There's no way, but it's by his titty. Look at it.
What do you mean?
That's his nipple.
I know, but what are you saying?
No, I'm saying why. I mean, the placement of that thing is just.
It's on his side.
You don't have a lot of canvas to work with, I guess.
I mean, no, it is 100% Dan
No,
Lanning.
I would shrink that down if I had to do it, and I'd put it somewhere that nobody could ever see it.
Well, I think he wants people to see it.
I mean, I do feel
when
like
he's got his shirt off.
I feel like this is early 1980s Cable for me. Is the nipple right by her left shoulder there?
No, it's up by her forehead.
It's up by her forehead?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little shading there by the left.
That might be his fetish.
Yeah.
Hey, the problem's going to be if he gets fired from Oregon.
No, he'll just add the next team. He's got Alabama on
You
there.
can put a little X over it.
He's got Oregon on there. He's got Pitt, as you said. He's got Texas, the state of Texas, where I think he was a high school coach. He's got his kids' names on there.
Wait, where's Georgia?
It's on there somewhere. I can't.
the other side of the cheek.
Oh, look, it's right above her eyebrow, her right eyebrow, 3318. the final score of the championship game.
Oh, wow.
And then right below that, he's got the Fear of the Fork, wherein he was at Arizona State.
Can we get I mean, this is going to be me being creepy, but I'd like to see if that likeness is true to life.
Which part? I think I know.
No, I'm talking about, I mean, because there she looks like.
Yeah, go Dan Lanning wife. I found a picture of her.
I'd like to revisit his time at Pittsburgh.
Why? Oh.
I mean, she kind of looks like the chick that was in Yellowstone that was married to the guy with the really greasy hair.
All right, so
the Indian chick, Native American chick.
Rockstar has found a photo of her.
She's apparently.
I mean, that's a pretty good. Yeah,
from India, because it's saying latest in Bollywood.
I do think she has.
Is she a Bollywood actress?
No. I do think she is half. I think one of her parents is from India. If I remember the story right. I read the story on the meaning behind the tattoos, because I brought this up at the end of the show yesterday, and y'all thought I was just trying to tap the brakes for Lance, but I wasn't.
She can actually look eye to eye into her tattoo. She's petite.
Yeah, the ribbon is because she's a cancer survivor, and that was part of why he did that. The ribbon inside the Oregon Duck thing.
Yeah. Great looking family, making some money out there.
No, I think that's a pretty good.
Could be a coach in Tuscaloosa someday.
Oh, Dan Lanning, I've predicted that.
You have,
but
that's a better look for her coming off the jet.
No, I think the tattoo though is a pretty good depiction of her. Honestly, of her face. I mean,
go back to the first picture you showed us, the Bollywood picture.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the same girl.
It doesn't, and Dan doesn't look as put together as well. We go back to how much money when you start making money.
Well,
is this when they were dating in high school?
Yeah, you have no idea how old that is.
A homecoming picture.
Yeah,
it does have the homecoming picture pose going there.
No, you know what? I think she was probably pregnant with her first kid. Look where the hand placement is.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is a while ago.
God, well, you would be a great detective.
Solved.
Yeah. Right there.
Next.
Part of our show is brought to you by.
Well, you're pretty good too on the those pictures. I didn't know anything about. What's it called?
It's just hidden photos.
Hidden photos. I did not know that existed. I know that's going to shock you.
I've never done that any other time in my life except that one moment. I was helped out by the fact that we had been drinking quite a bit that day, and the fact that.
Now, for the record, I don't want to make you sound like a complete creeper. The person that handed you the phone. You were laughing because they were letting you scroll and look, and you.
Well, she had my phone. Oh, she wanted your phone. Wanted to start looking through your phone, and I was like, "No, who lets them look through the phone?" And she's like, "You can look through my phone all you want." I said, "Okay," and I started. I didn't know she was going to let me do it, and she was like, "Yeah, go ahead and look." And I was like, "Well, first place I'm gonna go is hidden photos." And she goes, "I don't care." So I was like,
"How many were there?"
I can't remember.
Handful?
Maybe 7.
Did they need to be hit?
Copy text message. Copy Jim. Copy text message. Jim.
Airdrop. Everybody in the bar's getting them. Yeah. What the hell's going on?
I don't know what I'm doing here, but Happy New Year.
Do they need to be hidden?
I mean, it's the human body.
So yes, okay. Thank you.
It's the human body.
We all have one.
I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yeah. That's what they say.
Why'd you stop before you got to the feed?
Anyway, I want to make that a poll question, the tattoo. Who's got the better tattoo?
Okay.
That's okay with you guys.
say it and Taylor does it, so just say it.
Yeah, so who's got the better tattoo? Our intern Tyler or Dan Lanning?
Okay, so that's a poll question out there, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan, they've been with us since day one. And if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
We talked about Auburn's win to start the show over Ole Miss last night, 82-73. They only have one loss in the SEC, back home of Mississippi State coming up on Saturday. Wendell Green with another big game. So too Janai Broom, 19-11, another double-double last night. Alabama at Arkansas tonight, 6 o'clock ESPN2.
The lines flip, Jimmy.
If you don't know anything about the Hogs, Ricky Council's pretty good. Flipped in what way, Brown? Tell me where it was and where it is now.
Now, I don't know where you saw it, Lance. It opened at Ole Miss favored by half a point. So basically, Arkansas favored by half a point. So basically a pick 'em. I'm looking at the line movements right now, mybookie.ag line movements, and it got all the way up to 1.5 Alabama. It is now 1.5 Arkansas. What's that tell you? Wade says on Twitter, it is bad news, Alabama.
I've never. Well, yeah. So it opened actually at Arkansas -0.5 from what I saw.
That's what I said. Yeah, Arkansas -0.5. So essentially a pick 'em.
And then it did flip around, and now it's flipped back.
So what's that tell you?
Nothing.
It's going to be a hell of a game.
Nothing.
Yeah. Buckle up. Oh wait, that was a different coach.
I
Enjoy the game.
honestly think Arkansas not at full strength. Alabama's the better team, but again, home court advantage right now with Arkansas. This thing balances out. I agree with Dunaway. It should be a hell of a game.
Oh, by the way, last night road teams in the SEC 3-1. Only home team that won last night, Tennessee. They held home serve against Vanderbilt and struggled in the first half on that one.
Road teams 3-1.
3-1 last night. Auburn won at Ole Miss. South Carolina won at Kentucky, and Florida upset LSU.
And since you always ask on air how I do when I do bad,
how'd you do last night in the lock?
The lock hit.
The lock hit.
Yeah.
And how
so you were only 1-0?
No, I was 6-0.
Oh, it was 6-0.
Oh, that's even better than I heard you brag earlier. I heard 4-0. So 6-0 last night.
6-0, and then 2-0 Monday night.
2-0. So that makes you
3-1 Sunday.
Makes you 8-0 on the week, unless you count Sunday, and then you're 11-1.
Yeah,
that's
not bad.
Pretty good week right there. You have something else?
Well, we got a little breaking news in the NFL.
Okay,
good or bad?
It's bad.
Okay.
Tua Tagovailoa is out for Sunday's game. He has not been cleared to resume football activities by the NFL doctors. So Mike McDaniel just said on the podium in Miami that they have ruled him out for the game on Sunday. Now,
Wednesday's always the key day for that, right? Because they have to put in an official injury report to the National Football League, and it's a big practice day. If you can't practice on Wednesday, some coaches say you can't play on Sunday.
So he has been ruled out. So Tua will not be playing against Buffalo on Sunday, and it is unclear who will be. Because Teddy Bridgewater was able to throw a little bit Sunday for Miami, but they started Skylar Thompson.
That's a hand injury.
He's got a broken pinky. Broke his pinky on the old follow-through, hit a helmet.
I don't care. I'm playing him with a broken pinky over Skylar Thompson.
Oh, I think I would too, yeah. But Mike McDaniel has gone on to say they are approaching the game as if Skylar Thompson will start, and they'll try to get Bridgewater ready. And a complete mess at quarterback for Miami going to Buffalo.
It really is, and I'll be cheering my butt off for the Dolphins.
Well, thank you, Jim. It won't help, but I appreciate it.
I would love to see the underdogs win, but I will stick by what I said yesterday, is I feel like when the NFL is and the TV partners are laying out their plan, they put the game they think is least competitive at 12 noon on Sunday.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because that's one of their prime viewing spots. It's a normal NFL viewing spot. I've always thought it was the early Saturday game they do that.
I'm trying to remember.
You said that, I know, but
because that's where the Texans game always.
You guys help me out on Wild Card Weekend last year. What was the 12 o'clock Sunday game?
I don't remember.
I can tell you real quick. Yeah.
It's probably the Buccaneers.
If this makes you feel any better, Brown, it probably won't. 2 years ago, John Wolford started Wild Card Weekend for the Rams, and we won the game. Now, it was against Seattle at home, a little different than going to Orchard Park and playing Buffalo.
I would just say, and I don't remember this at all, Brown, but to me, Philadelphia, Tampa Bay in Tampa last year
I think
was the least competitive
Yep.
game
31-15
going into that weekend, and that was never an in-doubt game.
That was the early Sunday game as I look at it. Yep.
All right, New Life Art brings us Rockstar's viewing menu. What is Rockstar watching tonight? You can watch Alabama on ESPN2. You can watch UAB on the CBS Sports Network tonight, but we'd rather you go to Bartow Arena, 8 o'clock tip. You got plenty of time to have a great meal in one of our great restaurants in Birmingham, and then go down there and support Andy's team as they take on Western Kentucky tonight, 8 o'clock at Bartow Arena. New Life Art bringing us everything else Rockstar's watching.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or DanielMooreArt.com.
If you had to pick Arnold Schwarzenegger, do you take his movies in the 80s or the 90s? Did he own the 80s or the 90s?
I mean, his best film was Terminator 2.
That's 91.
But Terminator was really good in the 80s. And I know we had Commando in the 80s. We had Predator in the 80s. I probably would go 80s.
True Lies in the 90s.
True Lies was the 90s.
True Lies was like 95.
I thought True Lies wasn't bad. Give me some other 90s.
Well, one's on tonight, 7 p.m. on Cinemax, Total Recall. You had Twins in 88.
Didn't love it.
You didn't like Total Recall? I thought it was a great concept. I mean, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It was a little confusing, though.
You know, I've seen True Lies. I don't know if I've seen any of the Terminators.
Wow,
they're great movies.
I haven't either.
I'm not shocked by that one.
Yeah, why?
1 and 2 are fantastic. 2 especially.
Just stop at 2. You're good.
The Running Man was entertaining.
That was 87.
Great concept, which I think we should take it to real life.
What is the Running Man where it's the penal system?
Yeah, he's in the game show.
It's a game show where you're going to get killed. Hosted by Richard Dawson.
But that is yes.
It's a Stephen King book.
There was another movie earlier in time that was sort of like that, like in the 70s or something. I can't remember what that was, but I've seen that one, yes.
Also tonight, 8 p.m. on Access TV, I think she just got a Las Vegas residency, a documentary on Shania Twain, Not Just a Girl. Finally, we're going to find the real story about how she came from Canada to America to be America's sweetheart from Canada.
I think she's been in Vegas before or for a long time.
So Mutt Lange,
I saw it when I was filling up my at the gas station. I saw Cheddar News, and I heard a review of
so loud,
her
too.
starting her Las Vegas
You'll give me
residency.
Mutt Lange, one of the best producers of all time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that guy could turn a normal act into platinum.
Yeah, it was a crossover. It was. I mean, she was pop and country.
So and it's interesting, and I don't know what she says about this. The roommate's a huge fan of Shania Twain, but for her to meet Mutt Lange, he changed her career totally. But then he ends up leaving her for her best friend. So do you think in retrospect she would rather just have a normal career
in a healthy marriage?
Or do you think that she would take the heartbreak that she had, losing best friend and husband, to have the career that she had?
Oh, I think it worked out just fine for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's landed on her feet.
No, I'm okay. I would be okay. Give me the great years that we had as a marriage and friendship and the great success I had in my career, and then if you two really are happy together, y'all go do it.
Y'all go
literally.
do it.
But the thing is,
y'all go do it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think she ended up marrying her best friend's husband.
Yeah.
So it's just like they switched.
Yeah, and later they released the Rumors album. Oh wait, that was a different,
that's close.
different bunch of that stuff going
Reading
on.
about that lately. And that's it tonight.
That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 800-735-2787. You can view his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
How about an earlier version of Fact or Fiction? We usually do that in the final hour. You want an early version?
I would love an early version.
Okay, we're going to do a little Fact or Fiction in the next segment. And at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock, us three knuckleheads did what every other knucklehead in sports broadcasting and sports journalism did yesterday. We wrote down our way too early. We didn't do 25. We just gave you 10. Way too early, top 10. We'll get to that coming up at 11 o'clock. Taylor Corn's got the graphics built. We're doing all that coming up here on the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. Look at the rainbow. Chase that Ghost Energy rainbow. Zero sugar. LT's drinking one today. What flavor is that?
Yeah, I've got the sour watermelon Warhead.
Whoa.
I've never had that candy.
You've never had a
drink's
Warhead?
very good.
Yeah. It's a Ghost Energy Drink. Zero sugar. It gets you going right here on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Brown's going to tell you about an amazing move in a betting line in a short period of time after LT tells you about Odie's, but this is pretty dang amazing.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday.
That would be, what is this too, real quick? Trivia.
Odie's team trivia. We do it every Wednesday night. Last week, an incredible crowd. Come join us. We get started a little after 8 o'clock. Get there early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. He's been cooking it up for more than 3 decades. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come see Will Haver, that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
MyBookie.ag line movement here.
Breaking line movement.
Mike McDaniel, the Miami coach, was at the podium, and that's where he made the announcement. Just about, I told you guys, maybe 10 minutes ago, if that Tua Tagovailoa is ruled out for this weekend. I looked immediately when he said that, and Buffalo was favored 9.5. Buffalo is now favored 12.5. That line has gone up. Lance, you would tell me 3 points in 15 minutes is a pretty big line movement, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I mean, Tua's worth that. I was going to ask you this question.
Hey, but real quick, that's not betting related. That's Vegas adjusting it quickly, right?
Yeah, that's Vegas adjusting.
Yeah, that's not just because everybody's going in bet.
It's them covering their backside, right?
Yeah.
I would imagine.
MyBookie.ag for that, by the way.
I would imagine that if Bridgewater was 100% healthy, it wouldn't move 3 points, right? It maybe would have only moved a point or 2.
Yeah, because you're ruling out your starter for your third team guy right now.
I think it was already inflated knowing that Tua probably wasn't going to play. And once they got that stamp, they really jumped it a little bit.
But my point being that if Bridgewater didn't have the hand injury, was 100%.
That seems more like an 11 or 12 number. I think this thing probably balloons all the way to 13 or 14 if Thompson is the guy.
But see, you have told us before in the past that a quarterback going out is the only one that can move a line this much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so if this was just Tyreek Hill, and if it was 9-9 and we ruled Tyreek Hill out today and Tua was healthy, it wouldn't move 3 points.
Well, no, it might move a point, point and a half. But, Brown, my question to you was going to be, my fear was I love watching Tua play.
Yeah.
But my fear coming into the league, like a lot of people's, was how fragile the guy is, and he's always hurt. I mean, moving forward, would you rather – you guys, obviously, I don't know where you draft this year. Do you have anybody?
Not in the first round.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah. So I don't know what you do, but I was going to say, do you really want Tua as your quarterback moving forward?
They lost one draft pick because of our idiot owner, and then they traded the other one away in the Bradley Chubb deal. And they've traded a lot away in the Tyreek Hill deal, which, the Chubb deal hasn't paid off yet. The Tyreek deal absolutely has paid off. He's one of the best receivers in the NFL this year. I don't know what Tua's future is, to answer your question, Lance. He's got the option year coming up. But I don't think you can long-term, if you're any NFL franchise, you can't marry this guy long-term. He's just off the field way too much.
Well, that's what Maverick says. I have a Ferrari when it's not in the shop. It's awesome. Meanwhile, equals Miami, I have a Tua, which is awesome when it's not in the tent.
And for a minute, he was healthy. And, Lance, they were the best team in the NFL for a minute. I mean, in the month of October.
I mean, you can make that argument.
Yeah, in the month of October, certainly the best offense in the NFL, maybe the best team in the NFL. And then even as he started, it fell off a little bit. But the injuries are just too much.
We have one more developing story, this one from college football. I'll tell you about it after I tell you about our friend Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. Man, you're just a wonderful guy here who's built his family-owned company, built it up to just a wonderful place now to where he can offer so many discounts or free services for U.S. military personnel, whether they're active, whether they're reservists, or whether they're veterans of the U.S. military. Call Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing at this number, 205-542-3531. If you have any relations to the U.S. military, he has some services he wants to help out with you, and when it involves your roof, whether it's pipe, jack, boots, flashing, gutters, and a lot more. For everybody watching, you need to have that one person on standby if you have, say, roof damage during a storm. The spring storm season's coming up. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, is that guy. It is that company. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He will give everyone a free, no-cost roof inspection. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? Get it done now. No cost. It's a no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook. Deion Sanders talks. He is a media icon, right? People love to write stories about Deion, do interviews with Deion, put Deion on their social platforms and their digital platforms. He talked to Kirk Herbstreit before the national championship game out there, and I don't know if Kirk was supposed to say it on the air, but Kirk Herbstreit said, hey, talk to Deion Sanders. He's trying to open the season not with this TCU team. He's trying to open it with Arizona State. And, there's some people that are going to end up probably putting that game in prime time or maybe even our network. Well, that's not happening anymore.
Nope. Pac-12 stepped in today, and for some reason, according to sources talking to Brandon Marcello at 24/7 Sports, have squashed this game. I don't know what the reasoning would be. But according to Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, Pac-12 has nixed plans for an early sneak peek at Deion Sanders, week 0 between Colorado and Arizona State. A source told 24/7 Sports officials stepped in and halted progress before the programs could ask for a waiver to move the game. Now, here's what I think is probably at play is that game is scheduled for later in the season. They're trying to move it up. And the Pac-12's like, whoa, now let's look at that week of schedule, and I'm going to go right now and look and see when it's supposed to be played. But, we don't want to ruin that week of the Pac-12 just so you guys can have a week 0 game to highlight, prime.
Yeah, one thing here is you as a conference don't want to look like Deion Sanders is driving the conference, right?
Well, that's right, yes.
That he's making this call. He's moving the game up. He and Herbstreit are orchestrating this. Maybe the Arizona State folks had not signed off on it yet, or maybe they didn't even know. I don't know.
Well,
the other thing
I can't see that there's been a date set for it yet. It's still a TBA right now.
Yeah, they probably haven't released their full schedule yet. The other side of that is that if you're the Pac-12, oftentimes you go out of your way to run from great media opportunities. You do all you can sometimes to hide your programming from people by putting it on the Pac-12 network or playing it at odd times.
I'm going to say this, though, Lance. I don't know when Colorado and Arizona State could play that I'll watch it.
That's right. But you would week 0.
If it was week 0, I'd watch every play.
Everybody would. Yeah. That's what doesn't make any sense to me. Bigger storyline for the Pac-12, though, is it Deion Sanders coming into this season, taking over Colorado, or year 2 for Lincoln Riley and what that defense and Caleb Williams can do?
Year 2 for Lincoln Riley. He is keeping Alex Grinch as defensive coordinator, gave him the vote of confidence.
I'm actually glad he is.
Yeah. And they are a legit playoff contender.
100%. Yeah, with that in mind, coming up in the next segment, Brown will release his top 10. I'll do mine.
Yes.
And he'll do his. The way he, being Lance, if you're just pointed at him, but if you're just listening to us, going old school and just audio here, Lance Taylor will release his. It's our way too early top 10. Everybody had an opinion after the national championship how the 2023 rankings would look when they come out. We'll give you our way too early top 10 as well when we come back right here on the show, that's brought to you in part, as I said earlier, by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. We're from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. We're the next round. We're back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, hour number 3. That means this hour is brought to you by Champy's. More on Champy's in just a second. We'll get to your phone calls this hour as well. 205-734-0923. 734-0923. Basketball happening everywhere tonight. That includes Alabama at Arkansas, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. Western Kentucky at UAB, 8 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. And Forster, there's a ticket, Cameron Indoor tonight. Who is it? Is Pittsburgh and Duke. Take a look at this ticket. They've given a few, at least one grad student I know. Guess who's going to
Maggie
Cameron?
Got a ticket?
That's Maggie's ticket.
Is she painting her face and jumping around with the students?
The students aren't back yet. I think they return middle of the week. So I don't know what the Cameron Crazies will look like.
Does she get free Bojangles with that?
Well, she watched the game. I had a friend that took his wife to a Hawks Celtics game, and she was reading a book the entire time.
Well, she doesn't have me with her, so I don't know what she'll be doing. But I told her to. to take pictures of where her seat is and do a couple of things and send them to us. So we'll show Maggie, my wife, who's at Duke. She's a Duke freshman. And yes, I'm dating a college freshman.
Yeah, Jimmy D, going for them young girls.
Yeah, so we'll see what her first trip. She's not a sports fan, and she's going to go to Cameron indoor tonight, and she is rubbing into my face. So you've always wanted to go to the game there, haven't you? I said, yes, I have. And she goes, I'm going tonight. Tonight. So we'll see. That's all coming up. Tonight in basketball, last night Auburn gets the win. They beat Ole Miss 82-73. Rockstar, give me cut number 1, Bruce Pearl. Last night you could just tell he was, trying to pump energy in a building that had no energy. I mean, nobody was there at the game. And he was just so impressed with the level of energy his players played with for 40 minutes. Only 10 turnovers, and they shot 49% from the field. Here's Bruce Pearl.
The Georgia, USC, Memphis losses, high turnovers leading to transition. So if we wanted to start winning, that was just first and foremost on our list. And so the question is, where do you turn the ball over? Shania, if we're going to run offense through you, you can't give the ball to the other team when you get doubled or whatever. Al, you can't, take the open shot, don't shot fake and get closer every time and get stripped and ripped. Wendell, you got to pick your spots when you get into the paint. And what it does is it just doesn't allow the opponent to get easy baskets. That's it. Don't turn over. Don't give them easy baskets. It's a pretty easy formula to win.
When they get a win last night back at home against Mississippi State. This weekend, Tua Tagovailoa now officially ruled out of the NFL playoff game this weekend, Sunday at 12 noon, Miami at Buffalo. That line now up into double digits. The Buffalo Bills are the favorite there. And those are your headlines this hour. Way too early, top 10s. For college football next year. Everybody had one. Stuart Mandel and The Athletic and Mark Schlabach and ESPN, Brett McMurphy, 24/7 Sports. Everybody's got a way too early. So we said, what the heck? We'll go way too early, too. We'll start with Lance's way too early top 10. Taylor Korn, our great social media director, is throwing up the graphic. Forrester has it. And here is LT's way too early top 10. LT, walk us through yours, man.
Yeah, so we'll start number 10, Washington. Kalen DeBoer did a great job with this. I missed on Washington 2 years ago. I was just off. They've got a ton of talent. He inherited a ton of talent. And bringing Michael Penix Jr., a quarterback he was very familiar with from Indiana over, has really jump-started this offense. This is a Washington team, 14 returning starters. They're coming off an 11-win season. I think they could be this year's version of TCU.
Wow.
Really good team this past season. I almost had them in my top 10. They just missed the cut.
Number 9, I couldn't decide between Notre Dame and Penn State. I went Penn State here. The quarterback is kind of an unknown, but they're really high on this Eiler kid, the Drew Eiler kid. They've got multiple backs that are really good. Penn State coming off an 11-win season, 13 returning starters. I think they're going to be really good. I know you guys laugh about Utah. This Utah team, they underachieved this year. They went 10-4. Cam Rising's coming back. They've got 15 returning starters. Kyle Whittingham is one of the more underrated coaches in all of college football. They're going to be right there in the mix. Again, the Pac-12 has really improved. So you'll see some Pac-12 flavor here. Number 7, Michigan. Again, a team that went 13-1 this year, 13 returning starters. I think J.J. McCarthy will take that next step and will end up being the best quarterback that Harbaugh has had there. Number 6, Florida State. I think a lot of people are high on the Seminoles. The way they close the season, winning 6 consecutive games, 16 returning starters. Jordan Travis is going to be in the Heisman conversation, leading rusher, leading receiver back. 2 best defensive linemen are coming back. Number 5, USC. Got to get the defense right, but you've got Caleb Williams. They're coming off an 11-win season. Number 4, Ohio State. It's Ohio State, 14 returning starters. I don't know what Kyle McCord's going to be, but I assume in Ryan Day's system he's going to be just fine. Number 3, I've got Georgia. Number 2, LSU. That's the one that will jump out to a lot of people. I think LSU, the jump they made in year 1 from Brian Kelly, I think it's going to be significant to year 2. Not going to be surprised at all with 15 returning starters if LSU can win a national championship. Very difficult, obviously, to navigate the SEC. And I've got number 1, Alabama. I don't know what you're going to get at quarterback. I just assume based on what we've got at quarterback before that it will be really good. and Alabama will be playing with a major chip on their shoulder.
So to beat everybody to the punch, is that the way you think they finish, or the way they start out the season, or just the best 10 teams?
Best 10 teams right now. But I would not be surprised if we have a round-robin situation with LSU, Alabama, and Georgia. The way it would go, we'll just say regular season, Alabama beats LSU. LSU's on the sideline for the SEC championship. Alabama and Georgia both play for the SEC championship. Whoever loses still gets in. Winner obviously gets in. LSU one loss gets in.
All right, so there's Lance's way too early top 10 there. Let's flip over to Brown now, and Brown will walk us through his way too early top 10. I would imagine we have a sort of a shell game of the same teams being moved around a little bit. Utah stuck out for him. Is there a team in the top 10 that sticks out for you?
Well, I've got Tennessee at number 10. He did not have them in there.
Good old Rocky Top.
I like Penn State at number 9, the post-Sean Clifford era, but I still think that's a good team. Oregon at number 8 with Bo Nix. I think he'll be a legit candidate for the Heisman. I don't think Michigan is going anywhere at 7. I'm with Lance, not as high on LSU, obviously, but I do think LSU is very, very good. I've got South Carolina, Southern Cal, number 5. I think they'll just miss the postseason again. I did this as I think these will be my playoff teams. Florida State, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's my way too early top 10.
Yeah. So that's an interesting group right there for Brownie. Oregon at 8. I understand what you're doing there. And number 10 at Tennessee. Are you worried about the quarterback position, or you think between their two quarterbacks they'll find the right one?
I thought it was just automatically going to be Amaleva. But Milton looked very good in the bowl game. I mean, if you could get that Joe Milton, that's still a really good Tennessee
But
team.
you lose your two best receivers.
That's my question, yeah.
I don't really worry about Heupel's offense. I mean, Heupel's going to find playmakers. Tennessee's defense was the problem.
Yeah, I don't know that it could be much worse, honestly, especially in the secondary.
And also, Tennessee's not going to sneak up on anybody this year.
All right, so here's my way too early top 10 for 2023. I go Oregon at 10. I think Bo Nix keeps them in the conversation. I'm with you, LT. I think the Pac-12 has a lot of teams in the mix, but I'm only putting 2 of them out there in the top 10 because Notre Dame eats up a spot for me. Sam Hartman is that good. And,
he is.
And I think Notre Dame's defense is good. They've got some playmakers. They lose their great tight end. I like their run game. I'll put Notre Dame at number 9. Their schedule ain't that tough either, comparatively speaking. Now, they can absorb a loss to some of the teams ahead of them on the schedule, like USC. Penn State is 8 for me. Florida State is 7. Michigan is 6. LSU is 5. I'm with you, LT. They're right outside. I think they beat Florida State in the opener.
What a great game.
What will be a hell of a football game. I can't believe I'm the highest on USC. I've got them at number 4. I've got Ohio State 3, Bama 2, and Georgia 1. And I'm with you, Brown. I think those are the 10 best teams, but those are the 4 teams that I put in the playoffs.
Smuff pointed it out with Lance. I was going to wait and see how everyone's went. We did, 3 top 10s, and not a one of us had a Big 12 team in there. We think that's going to be a bad year for the Big 12.
Your favorite to win the Big 12 is going to be TCU.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a drop-off this year. And I look around the Big 12 and, is Sarkisian going to be able to put this thing together? I don't see it. I think the Big 12 is so balanced right now. It's not a bad conference, but I just see a lot of 10-2s, 9-3s, and that's not going to get you in.
And to me, don't underestimate the impact of bringing in Houston and UCF and Cincinnati, and oh, by the way, BYU with a transfer quarterback. I think that's a veteran team in BYU that's going to add to the parity, LT, the inability to win, all your games or only lose one game in conference. I think it adds to the parity of the league. And I worry about TCU. Max Duggan, to me, saved a lot of games, and he's off to the NFL.
They're back to 8-4, 7-5.
Yeah, here comes Chandler Morris.
I do think that all these conferences, and we're starting to see parity throughout college football, but I think the Pac-12 is like that, so it scares me having that many Pac-12 teams because I could see a lot of 10-2s. But the SEC, when you start to look at, obviously, Georgia right now in the moment is your alpha. Alabama's right there. LSU is going to be so good. Tennessee was so improved this year. Florida's got to be better.
But people may look at Ohio State and say, what are you guys seeing there? They've lost 2 games, but they recruit so well. And I just believe, they're not Georgia and Alabama, but I believe they're They're just a fraction down from that. They're missing something. It may be coaching that they're missing.
They're Georgia, Alabama light, but they're playing in a SEC light conference.
Yeah. I thought I had Penn State ahead of Michigan when I sent it last night. Maybe I did not.
I can look right now. I got it in front of me.
But there is a chance to me, and we'll get into this a little bit later on.
I might have LSU end up winning the national championship.
Wow.
Oh.
That'd be a bold pick by
Be a
you.
fun summer if we ever get to that point right
I mean,
there.
Brian Kelly is going to win one, and just watching how the A&M game, I don't know what happened there, but watching how they closed the season out and the excitement they played with against not a good Purdue team, but still the Purdue team that finished second in the Big Ten, but completely wiped them out. And I just think there's a lot of momentum going in. And, everybody's going to be talking about this LSU-Florida State game. That's going to be a payback game for LSU.
Way to Wellness helps you get ready for 2023 in the football season. Why don't you just get ready to be in great shape when you go to the stadiums to watch these games? Way to Wellness, Leslie, board-certified team right there is ready to help you. Maybe you got high cholesterol, high blood pressure. Maybe you need to get those in check. That can happen with our friends at Way to Wellness. It starts by losing some weight as well and changing some habits. They can do that. No cookie-cutter plan. They will set up a specific plan for you, and they've got a variety of different ways to do that. For me, it's as simple as 4 energy bars in my own lunch and my own dinner throughout the day. Leslie can explain it all to you. You get a free, no-cost consultation, a free visit to Way to Wellness. If you tell them you heard about it here on the next round, just go to this website, planforme.com. Planforme.com, and that's the website. You'll find out there's no contract, there's no sign-up fees, and as I said, that first consultation is free. Planforme.com. Jeff is over in Anniston. He is next with us. Jeff, Happy New Year to you.
Hey, Happy New Year to you, too, man. Shocked, though. You have no Texas in the top 10 this
I did not. I'm not a believer in Steve Sarkisian.
I was talking about Jim. He's the one that always has them winning national championships.
No. You know those screens. Yeah, you know those screens. I'm going to demonstrate for those watching, Jeff. Those screens where the ESPN personnel is up there, and they're by the touch screen. You've got a list of other ones here, and they touch and put them on. There's always 3 or 4 left over. That's where my Texas is right now. I almost punched them and put them in at number 10. But I did not. I went with Bo Nix in Oregon instead. But Texas is in the mix for me because somebody has to win the Big 12.
All right. It's weird. I've got 2 things that I really have phobias about. One's illogical, and one, there's a reason. The illogical one is a bird in the house flying around. I'll move if I have to. I can't go in a house like that. And the logical one is the fear of heights. Yeah, anytime I'm in a dream and know I'm dreaming, the first thing I do is start flying. It's weird. But I'm not going to tell you the second thing I do.
Wow, that is interesting.
Wow.
Wait, don't go into a house because that's a flying Jeff in a house.
I know.
I
would definitely move. Yeah.
So you start flying. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll start jumping around and flying all over the place, and then I start scoping out stuff.
Jeff, I know you know by now you're in our trust tree, and there's no judgment here at all. But do you still do a lot of drugs?
No, no. I did back in the day. Now I'm not going to lie.
No.
Party,
I get that.
It was party time back. Yeah.
Did
but the brain cells are probably a little skipping. But,
Did you ever dance with the almost the Go Tigers, the LSD? Not you. Did you ever go that way? The psychedelics.
Lance asked me that last time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell, that was popular back when I was in high school. And
couple
stuff, right after.
In high school, it was popular in high school.
High school. And,
I had friends that would take acid before school. Jeez. I've never done acid in my life.
That's
hard.
No.
They were hard chargers. They were.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this made it into the 2000s, but back in the 1900s when I was in high school, Jeff, they would lace little cartoon characters on paper, and with the acid. Did you ever do those? A little drop of
They would have different things. Some of them would have like little yin yang things on it. And they'd have little pictures and stuff on them.
I remember when X, which now most people are transitioned to Molly or whatever. But I remember when X was really big in the late '80s and early '90s. I had some friends. Again, I've never done X. People might not believe me. I'm just all my kids' lives. But I had a buddy that showed me some of his X, and it had Mike Tyson on the X.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Brownie, have you ever heard the Dave Barry line, Miami's the only team that can start 10-0 and finish 8-8.
Yeah, it's so true too.
That's about the fact. Isn't it?
I know. We cannot have nice things. As I pointed out on Twitter, we have not started now. We hadn't played a ton of playoff games, but the last one with our starter was 2008.
Right.
Matt Moore started our last playoff game in Pittsburgh.
It gave me chills for some reason.
No, it's been a rough run, man.
Yeah, y'all went out and earned it this past week.
Yeah, absolutely we did. Yeah, it was
Just
phenomenal.
one thing, then I got 4 quick questions
All right,
for
go.
you. Thank you. All right. I think second or third week we all agreed that there was probably only one great team, Georgia. We said that way back then. And they're great this year. I don't think they're an all-timer, but I think there was only 2 teams this year that could have had a chance to beat them in that type of game. And that was Bama and Ohio State. And, Jim, it does feel different to me, too, than the Clemson years. And I think that might be because Clemson won with generational-type quarterbacks, whereas Georgia pretty much did it with A.J. 2.0, maybe a little better version of A.J.
Yeah.
That's why I think it feels different.
And I'll be honest with you, part of the reason I'm comfortable with what Georgia is doing is because I know the recruiting base that's, within a short drive of Athens, how good Georgia is, and then connected to Florida. That's right. And it's being done exactly the way it was done in Tuscaloosa. So I've seen that work. And I never, ever, ever underestimate. And I'm not saying what Feinbaum said yesterday. I'm just saying I don't take away the contribution Kirby brought to Tuscaloosa and helping set things up over there on his recruiting, his connection as a young coach to players. So I think he helped Nick build what they have in Tuscaloosa at Alabama, and I think he learned a lot when he was there. So I think he helped a lot, but he learned a lot too, and I think he's just duplicating that.
He wasn't just sitting there twiddling his thumbs. He was soaking it all in.
That's right.
Okay, I give you guys 2 NFL teams to pick to win the Super Bowl, and you win $1 million. Who would you take? And you can take 2 AFC, 2 NFC, or split it up.
Now, I would take 2 AFC teams. I think I'd take I'll almost say Kansas City and Cincinnati. That freaking neutral site game changes everything, though.
I've been on Cincinnati for a long time, so I'm going to stick with Cincinnati. My dilemma is San Francisco or Buffalo.
So Kansas City you don't even consider.
No. So y'all come back to me on this.
All right.
I'm going to take 2 AFC teams, and I'm going to play hot hand, and I'm going to go Cincinnati or the Chargers.
Okay. And what percent would y'all say AFC wins it?
65%.
70%.
Yeah, 65, 70%. I'll go. I will go. I just don't trust Brock Purdy enough, so I will go Cincinnati or Buffalo. The DeMar Hamlin thing, I think it's going to play into it. I really do.
I've got no faith in Tampa Bay, my team, Dallas, Minnesota, the Giants, Seattle, San Francisco. I would if they had Garoppolo healthy.
Brock Purdy's 5-0,
but I don't trust Brock Purdy, and I don't trust. I hate to say it, I don't trust Jalen to do it as many times in big games as he has to do it, despite great talent around him. I believe it's an AFC championship.
It is funny, Jeff. None of us has said the Eagles, and the Eagles have been so good this year. But Dunaway's team is going to be one and done, unfortunately.
I just haven't seen Jalen doing those big-type games yet, I guess, maybe. All right, what happens next? A team from Florida, team for Texas, or a Big Ten team other than Ohio State wins the national championship?
Big Ten, and it's going to be USC.
So not until 2024 is their first shot.
Yeah, I think Florida State can get to the playoffs. I do not think they're far enough along to win the thing, so I would probably go Big Ten.
I would go Big Ten, too. I mean, I don't know who in Texas can line up and do it. Florida is the flagship of the state. Miami may be able to get there eventually. Florida State may be able to get there through the ACC, but I don't think they can win 2, 3, 4 games, whatever it ends up having to be whenever they get there. I'll go Big Ten, and I'll throw dark horse at you. I'll say it could be Penn State, other than Ohio State.
It's been a long time since anybody other than Ohio State, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's James Franklin winning one. I will tell you this, though, Jeff. It was interesting when Lincoln Riley announced that they were going to retain Alex Grinch as defense coordinator. He said, watching Georgia the other night, and we know USC's offense is there. He was like, we don't have those type of guys, but we will.
But we will. Yeah, That's a great point.
All right, what percentage would y'all give the Big 12 or the Pac 12 to win the national championship by 2030?
By 2030?
Yes.
I mean, the problem with the Pac-12 is they're losing USC. So by 2030, I would give it a 5% chance.
Oh, I'll go 30%.
I mean, who do you? So you're losing Texas, Oklahoma, USC
the
from
Big
this
12,
equation.
Look, and I know they were light years, obviously, away from it, but they played for it this year.
Yeah, okay. Let's put an air quote around that.
Yeah. We're moving into an SEC Big Ten world.
Right.
That's where we're going. And by the fact now that they've got to play, TCU, if they beat a team like Michigan in the first round, now they've got to go do it again just to get to the national, or twice to get to the national championship game.
Yeah, in the 12-team playoff, TCU would have had to win 3 games to get there. There's no way they were going to win 3 games.
So I just think ball eventually will work its way out to where the best teams, SEC and Big Ten, will be the last one standing. I think I would struggle to tell you when I think a big a Pac-12 or a Big 12 team will be in the Final Four. I mean, I think that's going to be surprise you.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not Final Four basketball, Final Four in football.
In the new playoff system, TCU could not have been a top 4 seed, right? Because
no,
they're not a conference champion.
Win a conference champion.
So they would have been playing a game in Fort Worth on that first round of games.
That's right.
I'm not even certain they get through that. I mean, I don't know who they would have drawn. If they draw out Tulane, maybe. But if they draw...
Yeah, but do you not think Tulane could beat TCU?
Oh, they absolutely could.
Absolutely could. Yeah.
But if they had drawn USC or I'm trying to think of the Clemson, Tennessee, they get run out of Fort Worth. They don't even make it out of Fort Worth.
TCU beats Clemson.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I would say they would.
Last one, and next time I call, I've got a Jimmy Awkward story that I did probably not Topsy is, but one that I was very.
I look forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all have always said, and I've always strongly disagreed, that winning the college basketball championship was the toughest title to win in sports. When college football goes to the 12-team playoff, will that change your mind?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
It'll be more difficult, there's no doubt.
And it's gotten tougher with the 4-team.
But that said, it's not difficult for everyone. It's easier for Alabama and Georgia and LSU to win a national championship in the 12-team than it is in this current system. Don't you agree with that?
Because all 3 of them could be in there.
I would put Ohio State in there, too. Yeah. Teams like that, it actually makes it easier. They get more margin for error now to win a national championship. It makes it tougher on a TCU.
And then carry that great roster into the playoffs and try to win 2, 3, 4 games. Yep. Jeff, thank you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Yep.
The show brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I speak for all 10 employees up here at Double Down Media. And by the way, it's DBL Media. We pronounce it Double Down. Now, we probably should send out a one-sheeter on how to say that. Double Down Media.
A lot of people struggling with that one.
Some people say DBL, but it is Double Down Media. DBL Media.
As long as you write it that way on the check, I don't care. Yeah.
And we all 10 employees. We were 10 strong. And yesterday, Sterling and his folks brought us up lunch. Those hand-cut chicken fingers, this Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all the wonderful sides. How good were those beans, man?
Oh, phenomenal.
The beans were incredible because it was a mixture of your regular baked beans. I think there were some pinto beans in there, some green peppers, some onions, a lot of brown sugar, very sweet. They were awesome.
It's an unbelievable menu, great people. I tell you all the time, Highway 119 in Alabaster, 10 years. Is that what he said? 10 years now at that location. Congratulations to Sterling and his crew. A wonderful format down there. Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
JohnsonRVCenter.com, just wonderful people.
Oh, yeah.
Great prices.
Oh, yeah.
2 locations.
Yep.
Best way to see America is not getting on a damn plane.
You can't do that today.
Don't get on a damn plane. Get in an RV from our friends at Johnson RV.
Our air travel system is such a mess.
So why was everything grounded today?
The FAA computers. Why did you change? Oh, you didn't change clothes. You just took a jacket
I did
off.
too. I was like, are we about to do a USC bit?
No, I saw Bobby in the chat room questioning my fandom, saying that I'm an Alabama fan because I've got them number 1. Is that like out on a limb having Alabama number 1?
The FAA
put
computers.
Your shoes on the table. Let them see your shoes, man.
Has he got on those Southern Cal shoes?
I mean, my God. I mean, Lincoln Riley isn't dressed more USC than you today.
What underwear you got on today? You got your USC underwear on?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. He had to look, and that should tell you all you need to know.
Let me check socks, too.
It says Sunday on it.
FAA.
I'll tell you, LT's always Team Trojan, top to bottom.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
By the way, FAA computers were down, and so flights couldn't get off the ground this morning. So I think everything's going to be delayed all day because the early flights couldn't take off on time.
Is anyone questioning whether or not we're being cyber attacked by our enemies with what's going on?
No, when I read the story, I
yeah.
knew that would be your jump.
Yes, the Biden administration said that was not the case. But who knows?
Okay.
It's funny.
That settles it.
You think they're going to admit it?
Yeah.
Not to get into politics, but like you believe the computer hack stuff, but you don't believe other stuff.
No, I'm just telling you that people that I trust have told me that the biggest threat to our national security and our way of life is not by, I don't want to landmine this, but not by conventional things we worry about. It is by computers.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
They can shut down our banking, our electrical grid, everything.
Hey, so Johnston RV Center wants you to go see America while you still can.
So get out and enjoy the environment.
Before America is gone, Dunaway says go see it in a RV from Johnston RV Center right now. The Coleman location, I-65 exit 304, has that Coachman Freedom Express line right now. You can own the 192 RBS Coachman Freedom Express, just $249 a month with approved credit. Crazy low prices. That's at the Coleman store. You can see more at the Decatur store as well. I-65 exit 334. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And go get those RVs from Johnson RV Center. And if we end up all having to go to rural America, out in the middle of America, while our borders are being attacked, we'll write Wolverines on rocks, and we'll all gather at those places at sunset.
That's our rally point.
Yeah, that'll be our rally
You think
point.
they'd hire me to like help out with the cybersecurity?
No, I'm hoping we're betting that you're on the other side. That you're the guy that's trying to be like, I think I can crack them.
I think if we could find a computer Lance could use and understand, it would be unhackable. It'd be so old and decrepit, like the new computer guys couldn't hack it.
Like the old Texas Instruments?
Yeah, I mean, Lance needs like the Atari 64 of computers, the old TI.
I was actually
Commodore
good. The
64.
Atari 2600, I was good at.
Yeah.
You know, I don't, it was on 60 Minutes, so I'm not giving away, U.S. secrets.
Harry Styles?
But it was on 60
Prince
Minutes.
Harry.
So you kept it on after the game again, and what'd you see?
It was on 60 Minutes. So this was a few years ago. But honest to goodness,
it was still after a late NFL game.
The computers on our missile systems are still from, some original computers that still use floppy disk that are this big.
But they can't hack those, right?
That's what they said. They said because they don't exist anywhere in the world anymore, we're the only ones that have them. So instead of, if we were updating them, if we had modern computers, they were made where? And then, all that stuff.
Can you imagine they're on DOS? Like, we got to launch. All right, hold on. DOS / capital L, capital A.
But it showed them pulling out like a huge floppy disk. I mean, it was about this big. And I was like, are you kidding me? But then it made sense when they explained
it's so old, it's new.
Yeah. So I picture our U.S. defense people running to a Radio Shack somewhere. We've got to keep this one open.
So what
here in
happens
Wyoming.
first? We go off the grid or Vanderbilt goes to an SEC championship game?
I believe in America,
We'll
so
go
I'll
off
take
the grid.
Vandy.
No, we'll go off the grid. I do not believe in Vandy.
Let's do, if you are asking Bill O'Brien questions in the chat room, you might be, I was going Jeff Foxworth, you might be a Bama fan. If you are asking Bill O'Brien questions, I got a thought on Bill O'Brien.
Give him a hard tease, Dunaway.
In our next segment, but right now it is trash time. Hit it, Rocky.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great.
That was great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The two best in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Bifo, she says, give Lance a speaking spell. You remember
Today's block is. Today's block is.
The other one, I got to dig back.
Sorry about the block, Lance.
Mother effer.
The other one, I can't dig back far enough to find who said it, but somebody said, I don't know what was a bigger. Oh, here it is. Will. Not sure what's more impressive, Kirby convincing his players somebody thought they were going to go 7-5, or LT's parents convincing him he grew up in Homewood.
It was a different Homewood. I tell people this all the time. I had two friends that had money. I don't know where all the money in Homewood came from now. I can't afford to live there, but it was a different Homewood back in the day.
So good.
Everyone was poor.
Do the voice again, Rockstar, so I can try to.
Mother effer.
Can
By the
you
way,
bring me a smoothie?
Yours is better.
I've got one on the way. How'd you know that? You heard me. You were following me out.
I spoke and I spelled it.
You're looking at my text.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Oh, you can't see them.
I can't.
This one. The Tulsa Police Department, by the way, Tulsa King. Season
really
finale
good,
coming up
huh?
next week. Yeah, I didn't like the last 10 minutes of this last episode I saw last night, but anyway. Tulsa Police Department have arrested an alleged porch pirate with an unusual and questionably effective mask, according to the social media post. The TBD said they were made aware of a porch pirate case in West Tulsa on January 6th.
Is that women's underwear?
Yes.
What's left of it?
According to the TBD, they were provided this surveillance image of the suspect. TBD said the officer recognized the suspect from previous porch pirate cases, where the suspect was wearing women's underwear as a mask.
Ironically, it looks a lot like Jim from up top.
That's a big-ass package, isn't it?
So to speak, yes, yeah.
And those aren't small underwear either.
That's about a size 10 he's got on his head.
So this guy's
those aren't small underwear
Very
either.
loose.
This guy's got him a fetish, doesn't he?
I would say so.
I would start off by every suspect's wife. I'd like to see them first. You can leave. You can leave. You can leave. Big Mama, you can stay.
According to TBD, they went to the suspect's home west of downtown Tulsa. They knocked on the door, saw the suspect, Spencer Gogler, inside. They said Gogler remained inside the home, would not talk to officers. They arrested him and booked him on 5 counts of larceny.
Bijan Robinson's thighs would fit through those leg holes. Look at that. Those are big
It's just
underwear.
interesting. What can I wear to disguise my face? Well, just like
loose-fitting underwear.
20% of it.
Yeah.
So we got a cafe owner has admitted to kidnapping a former employee and holding him for ransom after finding him with his hand in the till. The till across the pond is the cash register, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Ann Niago, 37, is the co-owner of Mama Hong's Vietnamese restaurant.
Mama Hong in.
Which became the setting of the dramatic and bloody workplace dispute last year.
Oh, no.
Now, in March of 2022, she and her 2 business partners noticed money had been going missing from the business. To get to the bottom of the mystery, they decided to install motion-sensitive CCTV cameras to alert them if someone entered the premises after hours. Niago's 2 partners, who happened to be nearby, walked into the business to find a former kitchen hand with his hand in the till, trying to retrieve the money inside. Ex-employee had copied the cafe's keys and snuck into the business every few days to steal from the till. Owners estimated that he stole an estimated $2,500 over a 2-week period. Now, according to the agreed facts, Niago's partners grabbed the former kitchen hand and assaulted him and cut his hair. After hitting him several times.
I like that.
And it's a really good cut, too. It's not like a bad cut. It's like, oh, we're going to make you wear those damn bangs. You're going to wear these bangs to prison.
After hitting him several times, court documents reveal the partners retrieved a car and shoved the victim into the back seat. They then collected Niago from a nearby suburb. They drove to the victim's mother's house. According to the court documents, 37-year-old later told police the business owners hoped to, quote, resolve it, without having to go to the police. Victim's mother was not at home, so Niago called her to tell her that her son had been stealing money from the cafe. Went on to say, he's taking a lot of money from us. If he doesn't give it back, we will have to call the police. His mom agreed to pay these $2,500, asked for the video footage of her son stealing from the business. So how did the cops ever find out about this?
It was a guy with a bad haircut.
Oh, I don't know if the cops, I don't know if they... It's interesting how if they did the CCTV, they caught him, cut his hair, shoved him in a car. We're going right to your mom's house. Well, she's not home. Well, you call her and tell her you're coming and have her reimburse us. They just have to get the cops involved, but somehow the news found out.
I like this. Do you guys still get phone scammers?
I never answer.
I get like spam call. Yeah. I don't answer them.
My latest iPhone has a setup where they never ring anymore. It just goes to my missed calls.
They just straight hack you?
Yeah, straight missed calls right now.
So here are some ways to mess with phone scammers. Let them do their entire speech for about 20 minutes, then tell them that you don't have your hearing aid in and ask them to repeat it all.
How frustrating would that be?
Y'all still there?
Here's another one. Whisper into the mic to make them turn the volume on their headsets up, then suddenly start yelling.
I have found if you have to call customer service now, so many people are working from home.
No, they're working from the Philippines.
No, a lot of them are working from home, though, and you've got... Now, a lot of it you get is Philippines, but a lot of people are working from home, and it is a crapshoot on whether you can hear them or not.
Yeah.
Here's another. These are ways to mess with phone scammers. Answer the phone and say, just to let you know, by law, I'm required to inform you this is a premium phone line that will be billed directly to your provider. By calling here, you agree to accept all charges. Something like that not only gets them to hang up, but they won't call you afterwards.
That's interesting.
Another one, just say the person you're calling is deceased. Their death is currently part of an ongoing investigation. Please stay on the line as we may need to jot down your personal information.
Yeah, I've done this before because I saw it done by, not the Jerky Boys. Is it that Tom Mabe? Is that the comedian's name that does the phone stuff? Have you ever seen that guy?
And
he did one and recorded it, and the guy got so freaking flustered. He said, "No, now how did you know the deceased, sir? I am just calling from such and such insurance or whatever. No, I'm going to need you to stay on line. Can you get somebody over to?" Oh, it was so funny too.
Bartenders have revealed some of the worst things customers can do.
Okay.
Be obnoxious while trying to get a bartender's attention. The most common offense by far is waving cash at the bartender, yelling their name, "Hey, barkeep."
Barkeep.
Otherwise trying to get their attention while they're doing something else. Here's another one. Step up to the bar when you don't know what you want. If the bar is busy and you have to wait to order your drink, take that time to figure out what you're going to order.
Great point.
Another one, asking the bartender to play your music. If there isn't a jukebox, the bar is not interested in hearing your playlist. Don't ask the bartender to change the music, play a song, adjust the volume. They're just not a DJ. I'll never forget when Baylor lost to TCU on that final kick. I was in New Orleans, and I was at a place called Jumanji or something like that. Anyway, it's a small sports bar in the middle of the quarter.
Okay.
And it was so loud in there. And there was only one bartender working, but there was only like 10 to 12 patrons in there. And so I asked her, "Hey, can you turn that down?" And she looked at me like, not going to do it. So I ended up taking my jacket off because we were sitting under a speaker, and I put my jacket on top of the speaker. Now, that didn't go well. About 5 minutes later, we had some words.
You and the barkeep?
Yeah, like I typically would never say, "Hey, I want you to play my music." But when it's that loud and you can't hear.
And you're right by the speaker.
I don't think there's anything wrong with asking to turn it down. We ended up leaving. But here's another thing that customers do that really upset bartenders. Tell the bartender your first name for your tab. When asked what the name on the tab is, give the bartender the last name. We know you think you're the only Brandon in here, but you're really not.
So far, I'm really good at this. I'm usually bad at some stuff. I'm really good at this so far. I don't like snapping my fingers or waving money. I just wait my turn and let all the good-looking girls get their orders in first.
Don't rely on the bartender to remember your drink order. They might remember it, or you might be getting them confused with the other bartender. Either way, it's better if you know your own order. And then finally, don't waste their time by asking, "What do you have?"
I got everything, man. You just tell me what you want.
Yeah, but I'm good on all those. I think I'm a pretty good patron when it comes to going to bars.
Jumanji, Chris is right.
There was a
I like
Jumanji?
that bar. Yeah, I like that bar a lot. Okay, so someone used artificial intelligence to draw each country as a villain.
See, what's interesting is like
Rockstar's got these pictures.
It's just interesting how they used AI to do these representations. Like, for example, if Australia was a villain, it would look like
the boxing kangaroo. Yeah, it is a ripped up kangaroo.
China would look like.
Oh yeah, the fire-breathing dragon, no doubt.
Egypt's a good one.
What is that?
That's Anubis, man.
It's like a pharaoh dog.
It's Anubis.
What is Anubis?
Anubis measures your heart to see if you're good or bad.
Oh, I thought
if you're going to do the underworld.
Is it a dog?
It's like what is it? It's half dog, half man.
Is that what usually is guarding the pyramid, sitting outside on the pyramid?
Something. Those are usually cats.
Okay. So does somebody believe that once they go to the afterlife, they're really going to have to get checked out by this thing?
Yeah, you're gonna have he takes your heart out and he measures it to see if you're all the good things and the bad things.
Quite the process.
Italy's good. A little bit of a Roman.
Wow. Bloody Roman, man.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's finished. That's
I think he won, though.
Yeah, I'll have the red sauce.
Jamaica's great.
Wow.
Got a little voodoo going.
Oh, I thought we'd have him laid back smoking.
Yeah, smoking a little weed.
Big joint.
Yeah.
He looks like Blanca. And Mexico's a good one, too.
Oh, wow. That's actually pretty cool.
Like the Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
You're going to hate USA, but I'm almost there.
Is Jim going to get pissed?
Is it a naked eagle?
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, my gosh. Oh. Sandstorm.
I mean, honest to goodness, this would be a fun game.
Yeah, it's just scary, really.
No, what you should have done is put the figure up and let us guess the country.
Okay.
Well, that would
start over.
Way to dick it up, Rocky.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia. That was that one. Is Jim going to get mad at this?
USA. This would be, if we were a villain, this is what we'd look like, according to AI.
Oh, that's the Joker. It's just basically an American Joker.
Why? Come on.
It's a bunch of bullcrap. Did you see the Joker's pregnant in that one cartoon?
I saw that.
I mean, what an absurd.
Wait,
no, it's just. I mean, my God, we've got to.
He gives birth to another Joker, but
so ridiculous.
The birth process. Who knows?
Because people are idiots.
You got to keep coming up with original material to be on the comics, but he is.
But they shouldn't have drawn a villain. We're not villains.
Wait, so who impregnated the Joker?
I don't know if it's a process or something like that, but you wonder how the baby was delivered.
The penguin.
He threw him up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, in the
That's
hospital.
not how it works at all.
I wrote them, and DC Comics will not write me back. I said dc@gmail.com.
So stupid.
And I don't think Julia Roberts could throw up a frog. How are you going to throw up a baby?
You got a big mouth.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today. Call 205-815-9200 or NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Carson says in the comic books, a witch has cursed Joker, and that's why it's happening. It's not what you think.
Oh, so it's more realistic.
And Brown didn't like it.
So when we come back, some of you may be like, what's taking so long to hear about Alabama's new coordinators? We're getting ready to have early enrollees and start class on today. So what about Bill O'Brien? Where's he going to go? Is he really leaving? What's he doing? Some thoughts on that when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @JimDunaway.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on The Next Round. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. LT will tell you about Bromberg's in just a second, but a lot of people are asking about Bill O'Brien and what Bill O'Brien next step was going to be. I think he is absolutely with the New England Patriots, right?
Well, yeah, Matt Patricia got fired. It was reported yesterday by Mike Reese, who covers for ESPN. He was the one that broke the story. that Matt Patricia got fired, so that opens the door, obviously, and anybody could see that coming. That was an awful offense this year, and they missed the playoffs.
So it is almost a given right now that Jim Harbaugh is going to take one of these NFL jobs, which is going to leave an opening at Michigan. I don't think Bill O'Brien would be the first choice of Michigan, but I think it's somewhere down the line they could get to Bill O'Brien. Remember, you're hiring out a cycle here, and Bill O'Brien is a guy who does have some Big Ten experience, yes.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that would take this job. You know, you guys, early in the show, we were talking about Calipari and how Kentucky's struggling, and, you know, people would line up for that job. Michigan obviously is not, I'm not going to say in the same stratosphere. I mean, Michigan is a top 10, top 15-like job, right?
This is a job you can walk in and be a playoff contender instantly. It's not a rebuild. He's done a good job of getting them back. They've been back-to-back playoffs, so it's a good job.
And a ton of money in the Big Ten.
You mentioned P.J. Fleck, who would be on any list.
I think I would make that call.
Dave Aranda, I don't know how you feel about him as a head coach, had great success at Wisconsin, so he knows the conference. He's a name that Mike Farrell throws out there.
I still think Aranda's an unknown.
Dave Clawson.
Oh, I'd like that.
Guy that's got to have a lot of street cred right now. He's been an NFL head coach and won 9 games at Southern Miss. Todd Monken. Calls good plays, man. He's a good play caller.
I don't know if he does or not.
Yeah.
Again, I'll go back to it now. He looks great coming off, Monday night when they couldn't stop anything. TCU couldn't. But I've never been blown away by his play calling, honestly. And I go back to Klatt saying when we asked him about Brock Bowers, Klatt, he paused for a minute. He's like, look, Todd Monken does not do a good job with Brock Bowers. Now, again, Monday night he did. Brock Bowers was open every play, it seemed.
No, I only say if I'm Bill O'Brien, I would at least wait to see if Harbaugh takes one of these jobs and that opens up, because you don't know if you could get in the mix there or what job that opens up, a Minnesota, a Baylor, somewhere like that maybe you could fall in on the backside to one of the job opens if you still would rather be a head coach than be an OC in the NFL. One other name that was thrown out by Tom Fornelli, and we'll put the wraps on the Michigan job.
Okay, well, I just need to clean up my mess. That Mike Rice did not report that. He reported that it is expected that there would be coaching changes. He didn't report that Patricia had officially been fired. Patricia was part of that. But that I wanted to clean that up, so I didn't want to mislabel a report he had.
And then Tom Fornelli says his sources tell him if Harbaugh takes the job, don't be surprised if this SEC coach is on the interview list.
For Michigan, an SEC coach for Michigan.
Mark Stoops is where I would have gone, but that's not who they say.
I'm going to say it will surprise people, and it's Clark Lee.
That would be, I think, a good one. Tom Fornelli, who is he, CBS?
Yeah.
Shane Beamer.
It doesn't seem like a fit to me.
No. Again, Chris Peterson, a guy that we brought up a couple of weeks ago, that he needs to be on that list.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be probably the first call I would make.
It'll be interesting to see what Michigan does if Harbaugh does take one of these jobs. I told you Brombergs brings you this segment. LT tells you about Brombergs right now.
Tom Brady might be the next head coach at Michigan.
Got to get him out of the NFL first.
Hey, Brombergs is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, and they introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Brombergs, again, the official Oris retailer, as they strive to bring change for the better. Oris has worked with numerous conservation organizations around the world to help clean, restore, and protect our planet. You will find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Each timepiece functional. The technology is excellent. They're stylish, available at the Summit and online. For more information, 205-969-1776, or you can shop online, brombergs.com, or specifically brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Matthew says, don't know what you said back near Thanksgiving to watch Jeremy Pruitt in Tuscaloosa. What's happening? How come no news yet? I think they're still waiting on everybody to shuffle out, and we'll see if Jeremy Pruitt's hireable. But I don't think that's a done deal. I think Nick Saban loves Jeremy Pruitt.
Well, we'll release a Bama and Bourbon, and Aaron Suttles has been all over this entire week. So we'll find out what's going on with the offense coordinator and defense coordinators in Tuscaloosa.
All right, so you're taping that today, and it'll go out later today. All right, interesting stuff there. So maybe some Jeremy Pruitt news in Bama and Bourbon a little bit later on. But news from the desert. Todd Fuhrman on the other side. He will join us this hour of the show, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. What will Fuhrman be talking about? I'll tell you in a second. But Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, the place to go for lunch or dinner right now. It's right there in Alabaster, short drive off of I-65 at that exit there, that main Alabaster exit. All the great southern fried chicken, just delicious. We had the hand-cut chicken fingers in the Mississippi Delta tamales delivered to us yesterday. Check them out online, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. I will tell you, Fuhrman will tell us how this amazing movement in the Miami line, how historic it has been for the playoffs after the announcement about Tua Tagovailoa. We'll get to that next right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, man, NFL playoff weekend. Getting ready for that. And I don't know about you guys. That calls for maybe some specialty drinks on one of these days, either Saturday for the doubleheader or the tripleheader on Sunday. I think I'm going to get in and make a little specialty drink. I'm going to use the Dobel, the Diamante, Maestro Dobel, Diamante Tequila.
I think you should, and I think there's a lot of different creations you can do with that. How about the kickoff wild card weekend, which I thought last year was awesome, the 3 games or the 6 games total, that we start drinking some cold beer at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All right.
Yes.
But more importantly, let me tell you about Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of the extra añejo, and the reposado tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel and double filter to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finishes. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Fuhrman seems like a tequila guy.
Oh, you can ask him. Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, former odds maker at Caesars Palace, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What say you, Fuhrman?
I am more of a clear liquor kind of guy. Vodka has always been my lifeline. It's what I quickly learned out here in the desert, that if I was going to start my partying at 7 p.m. and still be wide awake by 7 a.m. when the sun came up, it was clear liquor to get me to the finish line. Tequila and the brown stuff typically put me in the bag by about 2 a.m.
Fuhrman, I've actually, I've seen. I thought the one time that I met you in Vegas for cocktails, I could have sworn you were drinking bourbon because we went to that cigar bar that you told me to go. I forgot.
Yep,
I think it was at
I did,
Caesars.
and that's, you know what? If I'm doing one glass of bourbon, I'm good. But if I'm drinking throughout the course of the night, I have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. So there is no chance that I'm polishing off 4 or 5 Manhattans in one sitting at this point. It's a young man's game out there these days, and I'm on the wrong side of 40 for all that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. People doing what you do, what I do on the side, people get a little confused on what a good percentage, winning percentage is. And people are like, man, you got to hit 75%. What do you consider is a good winning percentage when you're out there wagering?
I mean, if you can hit 55% for the calendar year and you're assuming minus $1.10 on both sides of the equation, that is a phenomenal year. And guys, just to put things in perspective, I mean, like you said, LT, I do this for a living. Last year, 54.6% is where I ended the year, and that's across all sports, across all disciplines, with everything factored into it. And if you're betting enough money, 54.6%, you can create a very healthy living for yourself. So don't be fooled by the folks on social media, and this obviously goes for the listeners more than you guys, about people professing to hit 60, 65, 70%. It's a hell of a lot different if you're doing it in a contest where the lines are frozen on Monday versus betting into a dynamic market where you're always trying to get the best of it.
Well, we just crunched some numbers up here. He's too modest to brag about himself. Tell him your numbers real quick.
No, I got these sent to me. So the final college football numbers for 2022 were 57%, 121-92, and for the NFL it was 58.1%, 68-49. And we were talking and breaking. I was like, those are really good numbers. You can make good money with those numbers.
Phenomenal numbers, and that's the whole thing. And unfortunately, it's what a lot of people fall victim to, and rightfully so when you're talking about trying to create realistic expectations, betting within your bankroll. For a small stakes bettor, they want to hit 70% because that's the only way they're going to show something tangible. But as you start to bet larger and larger amounts, you roll that out and you put extra commas into some of the figures that you just rattled off there, LT. I mean, people would be loving the ability to put that away as a secondary type of income if they're betting sports and using the right discipline that it takes to be so successful in this business.
Todd Fuhrman is with us as we talk about the NFL playoffs happening this weekend. Brown's team, the Dolphins, they're in the playoffs this weekend, but the news today, Tua Tagovailoa is ruled out, and Brown actually was watching the line change tremendously. How much of a movement did you get when that announcement was made by Mike McDaniel?
Well, here's the crazy part about this game, and what's so fascinating when you watch the betting markets, trying to figure out what goes into arriving at some of these decisions. Throughout the course of yesterday and late last night, you started to see a lot of money come in on the Miami Dolphins. This number got down as low as 9.5. You saw the total ticking up to 46.5 amid the assumption that somehow Tua was going to clear concussion protocol. And it had me even questioning some of my injury sources because I'd been told all week there's no chance he's going to get cleared and figured there was a little bit of shenanigans going on there. Of course, today, some of the more prominent NFL insiders announced that Tua is definitely out. They're preparing to use Skylar Thompson under center, and the number has climbed through the roof. 12.5, more or less 13, the prevailing price tag. The total now down to 43.5. And when you look at Skylar Thompson, Thompson. He's not even close to 100%. Teddy Bridgewater dealing with that dislocated pinky. Unfortunately, I love to make a case for an underdog. This will be a dog that I want no part of. I think this game can get ugly early, knowing some of the question marks that Miami has in the back end in their secondary.
Cedric Wilson is hurt too. He's the emergency quarterback for him. But they don't have they've got 4 quarterbacks. Not one of them are healthy.
You know, the big question is, Brown, what does Dan Marino look like at this point in his career? And can they sign him to the practice squad, get him out there, give him a nice pair of isotoner gloves in those 30-degree weather, and hope that he can go out there, even at this stage of his life, and give them a punch?
I mean, it's better than Mike Glennon. If Mike Glennon or Dan Marino were my 2 choices, I'd take Dan Marino.
When I was a kid, the Dolphins had some tight end, H-back guy that would come in and play quarterback sometimes.
Dan Jensen. Yeah. Let's go to I want to because I have said this team is a fraud for a couple months now. The Minnesota Vikings, they are -3 in the game. They are also -3 in scoring margin on the season. Giants +3 seems like a really good play.
4th time in NFL history, we have a playoff game where 2 teams come in with negative point differential on the season. The reason that the Vikings draw a lot more scorn than the Giants is because they're 11-0 in one-score games, and they have the worst point differential ever in league history for a team that finished with 12 wins. Now, if we hit the rewind button to Week 16, it was a game that went back and forth. Greg Joseph, of course, hits the 61-yard field goal, but a decent amount has changed since then. The biggest question the Vikings will have to address is along their offensive line, where over the last 2 weeks they've taken a ton of procedural penalties, which is uncharacteristic for them. And for the Giants, you're going to want to keep tabs on the back end. If they can get Adoree Jackson back, it helps them disguise some of the coverage. But the comments and the questions and everything else I've read, there's a lot of people clamoring for the Giants in New York media saying this is the exact matchup they wanted. You have players saying how quiet the building was at US Bank Stadium. Before we discount the Vikings entirely, it's hard to ignore that they have the 3rd best home record in the entire NFL over the last couple of seasons, behind only the Green Bay Packers and the Kansas City Chiefs. I honestly think a field goal is the perfect number here. The total has been bet up a little bit from 47.5 to 48.5, and if that number did climb more, I'd actually be inclined to go under, given the high level of familiarity and the fact that these teams are improving in areas where they can make it lower scoring.
First game of the weekend, Seahawks 49ers. Look, I thought before Garoppolo went down that the 49ers were the best team in the NFC. A lot of people would disagree, and they would argue the Eagles. Brock Purdy's 5-0. But how difficult is it to lay double digits in a postseason game with a rookie like that?
It's definitely challenging, especially when you consider Mother Nature could have her say in this game as well. Wind gusts expected, some rain and monsoon-type activity.
Wow.
So if that's the case, obviously it gravitates towards the underdog to make the game ugly, try and shorten the contest, and hope they can slide under this aggressive number. When you look at Brock Purdy, I mean, he's going to do something that we haven't really seen historically in the NFL, ever, becoming the only rookie quarterback drafted in the 7th round or later to start a playoff game since 1950. He's the only rookie quarterback drafted lower than 164th overall to start a playoff game since 1950. And I know the 49ers have put up bigger numbers with him under center in a 5-game sample size. When the stakes get ratcheted up, it's a much different dynamic in play here. So this could be just try and win in advance if you're the 49ers. We saw the Seahawks do a little bit to slow down the 49ers in the previous meeting in Seattle in a 21-13 game. And I think this is a big mountain for Purdy to try and climb. I'm not gravitating towards the Seahawks, though. I missed the 10.5, and that probably was my cutoff point. I did, however, go under the total in the first half at 21. I think the 49ers will be conservative, try and run the football, and I'm just not sure Seattle does much in the way of mustering an attack.
You don't get a 65-7 game like we had in the national championship game the other night in the playoffs in the NFL. The rosters are too close. But it does seem to me that one of the games, Chargers, Jags, or Cowboys, Buccaneers.
Well, Browns, Dolphins did that one time against the Jaguars.
Oh, they really did. They really did against the Jaguars.
It was Dan Marino's last game ever. 62-7.
That has been a while. But
I hate to bring that up.
Yeah,
but of those 2 games, Jacksonville and the Buccaneers, who are only in because of division championships, does either one of those have the potential of the Jags or the Buccaneers looking really bad and getting embarrassed like they don't belong?
No, I don't think either of those teams get embarrassed, and I think those are the 2 most fascinating games of the entire weekend. And Saturday night, I'll say that the Chargers and Jaguars, the game I'm looking forward to more than any other. When you look at the quarterback pedigree, so much was made of Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert. Which one could finally get their franchise a playoff victory? And the one thing that I honestly believe, guys, it gets discounted a little bit. People saw what unfolded Saturday night. Trevor Lawrence didn't look the part whatsoever. But that allows him to get his feet wet in a playoff setting. And suddenly the Jaguars go from having a target on their back as a favorite in the division with all the pressure in the world to now people not thinking that they have more than a puncher's chance to get through the Chargers here because they look at the weapons for LA and they automatically gravitate in that direction. But Doug Peterson has the experience and the championship pedigree that Brandon Staley doesn't on the other side. I'm still not quite sure what the hell the Chargers were doing last Sunday, keeping their starters out there for the better part of 3 quarters. It doesn't look like it's going to cost them in either Joey Bosa or Mike Williams. But this is a Jaguars team that should be able to run the football. It's going to open up opportunities in play action. And the Jags defense has at least trended up a little bit. It hasn't exactly been a murderer's row of quarterbacks. I like this to be one of the higher scoring games of the week, and I like it over in the first half. And as the number continues to leak out, I'm going to try and make a more and more compelling case for the Jaguars. Just haven't gotten there yet.
Todd Fuhrman is on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you go for his podcast. Another yucky quarterback situation is in the Ravens-Bengals game, and the Bengals are favored 7.5 in this rematch from Week 18. It's the Sunday night game, by the way. Is this a line? I don't even know how to ask this. Is this an Anthony Brown line? Is it a Tyler Huntley line? Is it a Lamar Jackson line? Who's playing quarterback for the Ravens?
This number right now and the way it's trending looks like it'll be a Tyler Huntley line. We saw movement come in yesterday, a little bit of money on the Cincinnati Bengals, pushing it off to 6.5 out to 7, trending towards 7.5. We're going to monitor practice reports and get a better understanding of exactly what direction the Ravens will go. But the bigger indication was the total crashing as well. You saw this number as high as 43.5. We're now down to 41.5. When you look at Joe Burrow's body of work this year, his 2 worst games from an EPA standpoint both came against the Baltimore Ravens. I know the Bengals fans will lead you to believe that last week's game plan was rather vanilla, and I think there's a lot of merit in that. But even in the first half when they were trying to find separation, the Bengals were a little bit more methodical than I'm sure their fans would like. Tyler Huntley, an upgrade over Anthony Brown, but clearly not a guy that's going to have you excited or optimistic about their ability to put up a crooked number. So this will have to be a very ugly football game if the Ravens have more than a puncher's chance. Again, I want to try and make a case for the dog. It's very difficult to do right now. If you like the Ravens, wait this thing out as long as possible, because I actually believe you'll get better value with Tyler Huntley under center given the number than if they were suddenly going to upgrade Lamar Jackson, who hasn't taken meaningful reps in a game or practice over the last handful of weeks.
Fuhrman, we all know the AFC is a gauntlet, but about a month ago, I came to the conclusion the Bengals are the best team in the NFL. I think I could have got them at close to 25-1. They're down to plus 750 to win the Super Bowl. I'm kind of kicking myself in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, 25-1, no doubt, was a fair price and probably offered a ton of compelling value. The one thing for the Bengals, I think, that works against them, given the unfortunate circumstances around DeMar Hamlin, is they're going to have to go through a murderer's row. So I'm not going to throw the Ravens into that mix, but looking to beat Kansas City and Buffalo in as many weeks before taking on a team from the NFC. I do think when you're looking from top to bottom, the 3 best teams in the NFL, as we try and figure out what San Francisco is, all come from the AFC, with Joe Burrow obviously leading the Bengals, Josh Allen leading the Bills, and, of course, Patrick Mahomes on that side of the ball. So at plus 750, I'd probably be more inclined to look at a money line rollover, knowing that they'd need to win 4 games in a row to hoist the Lombardi Trophy and take it one step further than where they were last year. But, yes, if you happen to have 25-1 sitting in your pocket, that's a hell of an investment that I think you'll be able to earn off of over the next couple of weeks.
All right, he's Todd Fuhrman. The college basketball season winding down. We'll continue talking to Fuhrman about that, obviously. But the NFL playoffs, you can get all the information on all the games at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He was an odds maker there at Caesars Palace and is really, really good at this. Fuhrman, thank you very much for the time. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys do the same.
All right, you take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Jim Jensen is actually a pretty cool story. You brought him up. I had not thought of him in years. You know, he wore number 11, which was unique because he played some tight end. That's because it's a funny story. He came in the league as a quarterback and was the quarterback when Miami drafted Dan Marino. And the story was the first time he saw Marino in practice, he went to Don Shula's office and said, "I'd like to keep the number 11. And Coach Shula said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Oh, I know I'm never playing quarterback here again. I just want to keep the number 11.
I'd like to keep 11, wherever you put me, tight end."
That's right. And he ended up, they called him the Swiss Army knife because he played so many different positions just
Special
to keep a job.
teams.
Yeah.
I think Brown, one day I watched and he had to be the long snapper.
I don't doubt it at all.
Yeah. I think I saw him long snap one time. And, Taysom Hill is, well paid for that now. He never made that kind of money for doing that.
He was a Jim Jensen,
same type of
That's right.
same type of guy. NFL playoffs, it'll be a fascinating weekend. It's a great time of year in the NFL, and it comes along at the perfect time, right when the college football is put to bed there. Love to have Fuhrman on. If you'd like to play any of the games, always gamble responsibly. Our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, get you in the games.
They do, Jimmy D. They are giving you an offer that you're not going to find anywhere else. I don't know how more plainly I can say that. You're not finding this offer anywhere else. On a deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus. Now, that's not uncommon that you get a cash bonus. A lot of people are willing to do that. What is uncommon is the way MyBookie lets you deal with that cash bonus. You bet at one time, one singular bet. That money is yours after that. I mean, you win that bet, you can cash out right away, or just keep rolling it over in the NFL playoffs or college basketball or the NBA weekly blackjack tournaments, UFC, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Strike while the iron is hot. Get that deposit bonus on any deposit of $50 or more. Mybookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round.
You guys mentioned it earlier. Alex Grinch is returning to USC as the DC. Lincoln Riley saying he's my guy and we're sticking together there. Liam Cohen officially now from the Rams to Kentucky as the offensive coordinator. He has slow played it for a couple of weeks. I don't know if he was waiting to see maybe if McVay was making a call or not, but Cohen is coming back to Kentucky to try to save that offense for Mark Stoops.
Well, it's really not surprising now because I don't know if you guys saw the news, but McVay is not blocking any lateral moves or interviews from assistant coaches.
He's going, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it sounds like. So, typically in the NFL, you can't leave your post as an offensive coordinator and go to another OC job.
Yeah. Right.
It's got to be an upwards move. And McVay's saying, look, I don't know my future, so you guys can interview and you can leave whenever you want.
If he stay, I mean, at this point, I know you love McVay, but if he stays, now he's got to rebuild his staff. I mean, this is just.
I'm not as concerned with that. I want him to stay.
I know you do.
I just don't think it's going to happen. But I did think it was an interesting point, and I don't know how you guys, and y'all are more on the TV front than I am, but with Brock Heward on the show yesterday saying there's not that one seat now with a network. It's all two seats, and there's a massive difference when it comes to money.
Yeah, and it would have to be what Brown mentioned as well, that he has to have gotten word that Brady is going to play next year and maybe even try to play another year because Brady's money is the only big spot that's left out there. The Fox broadcast.
And I don't know what these pay, but they got to pay pretty well because these are big money makers for the networks. The Jimmy Johnson seat on the Fox show, he's talked openly about dialing it back. In fact, I think he did several weeks via video from Miami or from the Keys or wherever. So I don't think his time's very long on that show. Terry Bradshaw's probably is not either. And they look like they were bringing Sean Payton in, but now he could be coaching.
And now he's going back to coaching.
So I don't know if maybe even you end up on the set with Fox with Howie and Michael Strahan and that bunch.
Very tough to watch, man.
Yeah. So that's that side of it all out there. One other note on the national championship game before we take our next break. And by the way, in our next segment, Forster has, I don't know if it is the greatest NIL deal to date, but it's going to be in the conversation. Ooh. We'll get to that in the next segment. But 17.2 million viewers watched the College Football National Championship game, the worst viewed College Football Playoff National Championship game, and that breaks Alabama, Ohio State during COVID, which was 18.7 million, which is still a fantastic number. But 17.2 million, you sort of put this in the context. React to that for me.
Well, I mean, first of all, Alabama, Georgia last year in a rematch national championship game featuring one singular conference, which is thought to be a death knell for TV ratings, had 22 million viewers. So this is 5 million less than even that.
Right.
So it is a terrible TV audience. And look, I'm as big a college football fan as anybody in the world. I didn't watch play of the second half. That's how you end up with this number when a lot of people are like, look, I'm done.
And I was going to ask you if this would have played out like either one of the semifinals, a one-possession
massive number.
Yeah,
massive.
Big number at that point.
Because people were tuning in for the underdog to see what they would do. Yes. And then after about a quarter, they were like,
this thing's over.
Which is what helped the Alabama-Georgia number the year before, the fact that Alabama was losing and Georgia was beating them. That to see Alabama lose and Georgia sort of finally get to the top was some intrigue.
And that was a one-score game. And late in the fourth quarter, Alabama's got the ball down 8 before the interception. So that's a tight game, too. I mean, for those that don't understand TV ratings, for a game to get a good TV rating, it's got to be a tight game because it's all about every quarter hour is when the measurement is taken. And the more people start tuning out, the lower the audience obviously is going to be every quarter hour.
Trey says, I wonder if advertisers are getting money back. I don't think that will hit the threshold. They probably promise a certain number. I wouldn't be shocked if that number was $17 million. We promise you $17 million at a price.
I don't know, and it also
very close maybe to give some make goods. I think
and it also could have been part of the season package as a whole, where you're looking at a total number from a full season rather than just that one game, or maybe
the playoffs,
the semifinals, which the semifinals had very good numbers.
That's right.
So when you combine all that together, they're probably not going to have to refund money.
Yeah, Trey, I think the number I saw on the 3 playoff games combined was up 9% from last year. So
all in how you package it.
Yeah, it's all about packaging. Speaking of packaging, 23% off everything in our store right now, nextround.store. These hats that actually was designed by our buddy Scott Forrester in the back. We don't take turns, but if we all come up with an idea, we don't mind throwing it out there and see if it hits. And this has been my favorite hat to date. This has been my favorite one.
Very old school White Sox.
It's a tribute to his old school White Sox.
It's a good looking hat.
In fact, if you have an image in your head of somebody dressed a certain way, if you'd asked me until I started seeing him every day what Forrester would be wearing back in his camera days at 30 through 40, if you said Forrester, I would have said, oh, he's got the old school Sox hat on because he wore it a lot back in the day. It's a good looking hat.
I will tell you, man, I love our gear. There's I've worked places before where I didn't wear the merchandise. Obviously we're proud of what we've got here, but I think we've got really good looking gear, and I hear that from everybody, even people that don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean we've and one thing we all said is none of us wanted it to just be the cheap gear to get it out there. Let's do good gear. Let's do good brands. Let's do shirts that look good. I mean, this is a freaking Adidas shirt I'm wearing, right, with a patch on it. I mean, we've got good brands. A lot of times, people that just cut corners or make more profit are going to go with the cheap gear. We didn't want to do that.
Yeah, and we like the logo too, thanks to our friend Nancy.
Nancy Henniger
did a great job.
The better part of the Henniger family.
Named the show too.
Yeah,
she really did. She had a huge contribution to this.
But see, it could be a coffee shop. It could be an ammunition shop. Nobody knows what it is when you move around the country.
The next round.
Or it could be just
an ammunition shop.
The next round of bullets. All right, when we come back, that NIL deal, and you want another deep tease, Brown?
Oh, give me a deep tease, Dunaway. Is this next segment or is this at 35?
And it's in the next segment.
Okay.
And our friends at you don't think we're friends with Kentucky Sports Radio, but we are friends with Kentucky Sports Radio. They have sent me a clip from their post-game show last night.
Oh, boy.
After Kentucky's 28-game home win streak ended. And we got a clip from Kentucky Sports Radio we'll give you in the next segment, courtesy of our friends at Kentucky Sports Radio. They have sent it to us. They've said we can use it. It is yet to be heard, except last night in the state of Kentucky, where let's just say it was a little, it was damp. Let's say it was damp last night. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Before LT tells you about Michelson, let's do our Michelson look into the NIL world. With an athlete who is heading to Oklahoma. He's a quarterback. You just knew it was going to be really good. It's General Booty.
Oh, yeah. Not specific Booty.
Yeah, he is General Booty. And he tweets out, being a student athlete isn't easy. Between class, practice, and other commitments, it's hard to find time for proper skincare.
That's true, man.
That's why I created General's Crimson Cream.
Heck yeah.
For men who want to keep their skin silky smooth, even when they're on the go. It's the General's Crimson Cream. Crimson and cream are their colors at Oklahoma. General Booty, the general there.
That says blood orange margarita body cream.
It does. I had to walk back there and ask Forrester, and I may have upset him by asking him questions, but I walked back there and I asked him, I said, blood orange margarita. Blood orange margarita, what is it? Is it a drink mix? Dunaway, I don't know what it is. It's a body cream.
It's interesting. I was at our friends last night at Taco Mama, and the blood orange is back, and I got a picture of the blood orange margarita.
Would you like to rub your body in that?
Was it a cream?
Probably not,
Yeah.
but what's that?
What is it, a cream? Because they said it's a cream.
Body cream.
Yeah. Don't you think you could have done better with General Booty than some body cream for a dude?
I'm assuming this is probably...
you got these shorts, General Booty shorts. For women.
Prohibition Soap is the brand it said on there. I'm assuming this probably has something to do with Oklahoma's NIL since they're using Crimson and Cream together.
Yeah, so they're probably tied together.
Yeah.
But if he wins like a national championship or two, there are some fun things you can have down the road in history with General Booty at some point. That could be good.
You know, I've noticed on ESPN, this could be one of them. During the games, they're advertising this stuff that takes away the smell of your undercarriage for men and women.
Why would you want to take it away?
That is, it's a thing they're heavy. I can't remember the name brand of it. It didn't really strike me.
For us, it's our friends at Nut Dust. It's exactly what Nut Dust does.
Yeah, but this is a cream like that, and I don't know if that's how this is designed, but to me, if your name's General Booty and you got, a cream that's supposed to take the smell away from that area.
He would have been a good spokesman for Nut Dust.
And General Booty? Well, tell Nut Dust. They could still do it.
Yeah. Not too late.
Keep that ass dry.
Not too late. Not too late.
Listen, my name may be General Booty, but I specifically like my booty one way, and that is dry.
Yeah.
How about it, JoJo?
Michelson Laser Vision, look into the NIL world.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, it's one simple phone call. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation Find out if LASIK is right for you. Got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mort Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK procedure back in 1995. Dr. Jen Michelson, they're the best in the business. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
If we can get him a beer, Lance will have set the record for different beverages during the show.
Well, I'm going bourbon in 30 minutes.
On top of a smoothie.
You're going to have mouth frozen, though.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We always talk about how difficult it is for us to eat lunch up
I
here.
know. Yeah, you're going liquid lunch.
Well, now we have 3.5 minutes, so it's just impossible.
Yeah.
So I've got a Lunchable in there, but I don't have time to eat.
I mean, you've had I was just saying, you had the Ghost Energy drink, the water. At one point, you had 3 Dunaway walked in because LT is well hydrated. You had 3 different drinks sitting up here. Well, Lance, I'm not taking a shot.
No, I've been pounding liquid since 6 a.m. this morning.
Why?
Just doing it.
So we've got last night in basketball, Kentucky got beat at home by South Carolina. It was the end of a 28-game win streak at Rupp Arena. They just don't lose at home. They were a 20-point favorite in that game. We started the show talking about the mindset of Kentucky Nation and where they are right now. On John Calipari, you had a fan that was ejected for a sign that says, "Please go to Texas." He was kicked out of Rupp Arena. They were a 20-point favorite. They lost the game outright. They're 1-3 in the SEC. They are, they got chanted at after almost losing by 30 in Tuscaloosa by the Alabama students, NIT. To say there is chaos in Kentucky right now would be an understatement. So in the post-game show last night on Kentucky Sports Radio, this is a sampling of this is sort of the tip of the iceberg of what the calls sounded like last night into the post-game show on Kentucky Sports Radio. Thanks to KSR, Ryan Lemon and the guys for giving us permission to use this.
I'm like everybody else. I am frustrated. I don't know. I mean, I hate to give up, but, Matt, I don't know. I drive 2 hours each way. I live in Georgetown, Ohio. I don't know that I go back. I really don't. I'm mad, and I'm upset. And I'm not mad at the players. I don't know. It's just frustrating. It is very,
so
very frustrating.
you drive 2 hours each way, and are you serious? You're thinking about not going back?
Matt, I'll be honest, and I'm a fan. I have been a fan all my life.
Oh my gosh!
And this is hard. This is hard. I mean, and I was in Indianapolis, watched them play in Michigan, and I remember that. And those were the good years, and it was great. But this sucks. I mean, I hate to put it like that, but it does.
That wasn't an act either. I mean, I think you could hear genuine emotion.
He was really breaking up.
I think he was really breaking up.
And Ryan had said they had 2 or 3 callers that got emotional last night. That, what my parents did to just keep their Kentucky basketball tickets, and to see so many people not in Rupp Arena last night, or things like that. Just telling stories of what they used to go through, or people that couldn't go to the games because there were never enough seats, and to see those empty seats last night, it was an insult to Kentucky's basketball players of past.
I mean, I think Alabama and Auburn fans get this. I think we all get it because we've got teams we love. You wait all year for Miami Dolphins games, or Alabama football, or the Rams, or Auburn football, or the Buccaneers, or you wait all year for that. And when you can tell it's a lost cause, and unfortunately for you, Lance, that happened pretty early in the season. You can tell it was a lost cause. I mean, that's frustrating. I've waited all year for this.
No, it is. And, watching Sunday knowing that was the last game of the season after having such a great, fun January run last year, that's tough. But, the thing I would say about this Kentucky team, it's still really early. They do have talent. I don't think they're going to be able to pull it out of the ditch, but I would at least wait a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's, he's a season ticket holder, and he's driving from
2 hours,
Georgetown, Ohio.
4-hour round trip, he said.
For a 2-hour basketball game. So it's basically driving from Birmingham to Auburn. And a lot of Birmingham people do that.
That's right.
They drive down there, and but they didn't do it as much when they were not good before Bruce got there.
No, if Auburn, if it stopped today, Kentucky would be playing the play-in night, the Wednesday night of the SEC tournament. When Auburn was in that situation, Auburn fans weren't driving from Birmingham to Auburn on a weeknight game. Yeah. They just weren't doing it. When Auburn got good, built the new arena and got good, Yeah, absolutely you will.
Because it's fun. It's worth the show,
Okay,
right?
But trust me, Tuscaloosa's an hour closer. People aren't driving from Birmingham to Tuscaloosa if Bama's an 11 seed in the conference tournament.
I know more people in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room keep up with the recruiting than we probably do, especially basketball recruiting. But talking to your Kentucky friend on Saturday, she said Kentucky basketball will be back next year. The big class is coming in next year.
Yeah, the best recruiting class Cal's had by the people that judge that, the 24/7s in the world, to be his top class.
5 commits, 4 are 5 stars.
Okay,
Four
so
of the 5 commits are 5 stars.
Now, we don't know how they'll gel together,
You
but
do not.
still, that's something that I'd give him a pass this year and, see what happens next year.
He's got a legit 7-footer coming in that's the number 6 player in the country. I mean, that can change a lot of things. He's got a combo guard that is the number 1 player in the country out of Camden, New Jersey, DJ Wagner. These are all according to 24/7 Sports. So, I mean, it's obviously his worst recruit.
Now, the thing is, he's got to be able to hold on to these guys.
You're right.
That's right. Now,
all these guys are signed.
Got to get them on. They are signed. But, but I think we may be learning that doesn't mean.
Well, yeah,
much.
you can transfer, but his worst recruit, guys, is Reed Shepherd out of London, Kentucky. Best player in the state of Kentucky is his worst recruit. 28th in the country.
Who was the Shepherd kid that used to play for him back in the day? Really good athlete.
Is that his?
It's
that
got to be.
Can't be his.
It's got to
son.
be.
No.
You said he's out of Kentucky, right?
I did say he's out of London, Kentucky. I don't know where London, Kentucky
was a
is.
really good athlete, Shepherd kid that could really jump. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. I keep going to Farmer.
Jeff Shepherd?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they spell their name. I bet you that's his kid because they have 2 P's. That's a weird. It's a weird spelling. Yep, Reed.
How about that?
How about that in London,
We're
Kentucky?
old enough now that kid's coming to play.
Hey, listen, he's the number 28 player in the country. That was my point. That's their worst guy. They're signing a legacy best player out of the state of Kentucky. He's number 28. They've got number 1, 2, 6, and 9 nationally in this upcoming signing class.
Kevin over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says the Wagner kid is DeJuan Wagner's kid.
Good
I remember
grief.
when DeJuan Wagner signed, and it was Milt Wagner's kid. I watched Milt Wagner play college basketball.
So old. Jeff Shepherd and DeJuan Wagner have kids in the Kentucky signing class. Where have we gone?
Okay, there's part of me that wants to hear the Kentucky guy cry one more time.
I kind of like that. I love the fact, based on what we do for a living, that people get that emotion, that it means that much to people.
Yeah.
If it didn't mean this much to people, we couldn't make a living doing this.
That's right. And people wouldn't drive 2 hours to see a basketball game and put 22,000 people usually into Rupp Arena. So we're not making fun.
No, I love it.
We're not making fun. I mean, I've cried over my team before. I cried when the Bucks won the Super Bowl. I cried when we battled back and tied it up and thought we were going to go to overtime against LT's Rams last year.
You cry way too much.
Well, I do. For your feelings, but for me, I like living, man. I like sharing my emotions. I don't mind crying.
I like living.
I mean, if I can cry and if I can laugh and learn something every day, I call that a full day.
What are you, Valvano?
Never give up. Don't ever give up, Jeff.
All right. You got time to tell us about Hemp Hill?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't want to get in your way.
You have killed that thing, too.
You don't get freeze brain?
I really have.
Brain freeze?
I normally do. I think I've told you guys, Jack Taylor has never gotten it.
Yeah.
And boy, he'll slug a hamburger heaven milkshake down with the best of them, but he doesn't get it.
That is weird.
Hey, for the month of January, my mouth is numb, though.
I can tell. Yes, absolutely. I can tell.
For the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service from our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Just mention you heard it right here on the next round. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
I won't say it on the air, but you sound like this guy. That one time everybody was worried about it.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah.
All right, we're back in a second right here when we come back. You'll hear from Nate Oates, Alabama with a big game on the road tonight against Arkansas, and we'll see if the Tide can stay hot, or is this their first SEC loss? Nate Oates has a comment about that big game and a lot more still to come right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Football is back, and you can check out the the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Rockstar, give me cut number 5. Nate Oates got Alabama number 4 in the country on the road at Arkansas. Tough game tonight, though, right? No matter how you slice it.
No matter how you slice it, Dunaway, this Arkansas team is a legit. They don't have their best player playing. I don't know if we're going to see him this year. We talked about Nick Smith. But still, it is one of the better teams in college basketball. It's a really difficult atmosphere. And as you said earlier, I think it'll be a hell of a game. Right now, Arkansas 1.5 point
That's right.
favorite.
I was going to say that. Arkansas favored on the road. That's how tough it is on the road in college basketball, especially in conference.
Pretty rare air Brandon Miller is in right now. Not freshman. This is all D1 players. He is one of only 10 D1 players. I mean, what are there, 316, 320 teams? 10 people, 13 people, 14 people on a team. He's one of 10 D1 players that have at least 280 points and at least 125 rebounds at this point in the season. He's that diverse in the game he brings to the table right now. That's a pretty unique stat.
Yeah, he is still leading the conference in scoring and is fourth in rebounding. I mean, I think if the season ended today, he might be your conference player of the year. He might be your SEC player of the year.
And they are number 1 in the country in rebounding. They'll need all of that tonight on the road at Arkansas to pull out a W. But at least Nate Oates knows that they've been pretty good away from Coleman Coliseum so far this year. Here's the Alabama coach.
3-7 on the road last year, but 3-0 so far this year. Just what do you think's been the difference in attacking some of these road games, and what's been the improvement?
Yeah, I think, well, one, we're a better team overall. That helps. I think, two, is we got a mature group that's, understands what type of character it takes to win some tough games. And, I think winning that game at Houston kind of proved that we can play with anybody on the road. I mean, that was a tough environment. They're number one in the country. Are they number one again? Yeah. So obviously they're a good team. You know, they were number one and we beat them. They fell out. Now they're back at number one. So it's a tough game. I just think in order to win those road games like that, you got to be tough. And I think we're a little bit tougher. I think we're a much better defensive team. You go on the road sometimes and you can get some offensive droughts and your defense has to carry you. And I think our defense is able to carry us a lot more this year.
They'll need it tonight against Arkansas. That game is 6 o'clock ESPN2, Crimson Tide Sports Network, with our buddy Chris Stewart and Brian Passing as well this evening. Time for 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 5 great locations for questions every day.
Yes, that 5th location just opened about a month ago in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAutomotive.com.
First down.
Better chance of being with their current team next year, Aaron Rodgers or Mike McCarthy?
Okay, first, real quick. This girl's doing a live shot.
I was watching this.
Is that a grill going by? Or
I don't know. I think it's steam from the sprinklers. It's obviously very cold where she is, yet they're running the sprinklers in the background.
That's what I would say. You normally see this on the Strip in Vegas, but she's bundled up.
Yeah. I don't. She's doing something from Supercopa de España semifinals, Real Madrid versus Valencia, and it's coming up next apparently. And there's all kinds of smoke behind her, and sprinklers are running. And
so
it looks
just
cold.
steam off the water.
I think that's what it is.
She looks like somebody that would not stop talking. Like if you're at
she
dinner.
kept going. Yeah.
Okay. What was the question again on first down here?
Better chance of being with their current team next year, Mike McCarthy with the Dallas Cowboys or Aaron Rodgers with the Green Bay Packers?
Better chance Mike McCarthy with the Cowboys because if they go on a run, he can't fire him. I don't think Aaron Rodgers, the way he walked off the field the other day, arm around, who was it, Cobb? Randall Cobb?
Randall Cobb, yeah. It looked like he was done.
It looked like both of them were saying goodbye to Lambeau Field.
You know, I did think it was interesting, though, that John McClain on with us earlier said everybody says the Saints are going to get a first-round pick for Sean Payton. Why would they settle for that?
That was eye-opening, Brown.
Yeah, it was much. I forgot how much Gruden was.
Well, you know why
right.
they would?
Yeah.
Because Sean Payton left the Saints.
No. But the Saints could get way more than a first-round pick.
But his point is Gruden was still the sitting head coach that left.
That's a good point.
But he is under contract. He can't coach until somebody compensates the Saints what they feel the value is.
I don't know about you. If I'm the Saints, I would take a first-round pick for Sean Payton.
I don't know. I feel like I can get more. That was his point.
Second down.
Okay, more amazing. The fact that the Miami Heat went 40 for 40 at the free throw line last night, or the fact that they lost.
Yeah. I thought Miami won. I thought Jimmy Butler's last free throw was the one that gave him the win, 112-111.
They lost by a point.
I thought that was the one that put
Jimmy
him over.
Butler tied, was it the most consecutive free throws made?
Yeah.
He tied Dominique's record for that or something like that. He
had
tied some record himself.
He had 23 free throws himself, Jimmy Butler did. 40 for 40 they were last night. That was a pretty amazing run.
That is amazing.
But it sounds like a boring-ass football game. Basketball game. If I sit and watch somebody shoot 40 free throws on one side. I am more impressed of the 40 of 40. I really am.
Did you remember Dominique being that good a free throw shooter?
No.
I guess I had forgotten he was that good, but that was the some record Jimmy Butler tied or beat last night.
I don't want to say the games are different, but it just doesn't feel like we shot as many free throws back in the day.
I would agree with you, especially in the Eastern Conference. They let them go.
Third down.
Who goes earlier in the 2023 draft? Jalen Carter out of Georgia or Will Anderson?
Jalen Carter made it official yesterday. I think it'll be Will Anderson. I think he will go 1 or 2 or 3. 1, 2, or 3, and I think Carter will go after him.
It's interesting. So you brought up Todd McShay. He actually has Will Anderson number 2, and right now Mel Kiper's got Jalen Carter number 1.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with either one of those guys. To me, those are the safest picks. The quarterbacks, though they always go early, are the bigger gamble. But there's nobody here that thinks Will Anderson and Jalen Carter both are not going to be successful in the NFL, right?
I think I would lean Will Anderson.
I think so too.
Now,
if I'm Chicago, that's who I'd want.
And I think I would lean C.J. Stroud at quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think all 4 should be really good players.
Fourth down.
Again, had to ask Dig on some of these.
We got bad birthdays.
Yeah, we got a birthday, though. Former Oregon quarterback Dennis Dixon.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to guess how old he is?
Dennis Dixon's got to be 31.
What would he have been, 22? Oh my God, he's 36.
He's 38.
38.
38? It's been that long since Dennis Dixon was playing. Wow.
38. But if I asked you better college career, Dennis Dixon or Colt Brennan with Hawaii?
Well, Colt Brennan, was he not the NCAA all-time leading passer when he left?
He was at one point. But wasn't Dennis Dixon the guy that was going to win the Heisman until he
was?
And a national championship. I'm almost convinced.
He had the Heisman.
They were unstoppable.
That was a November injury, right? A Thursday night?
Yeah, because I just got my vasectomy.
I remember that day, too.
I was on the couch, and I was watching that game. I was a little loopy.
Did he really get hurt? My frozen peas, lock of the day.
I had just got an iPod, too.
Oh,
so
what a day.
I was trying to load music, and I was watching the game.
With the spinning disc?
Yeah.
I love those.
And I still had that iPod until Rocky played at my house one time, and in between, you use my iPod to put on music, and I left it out there, and it rained that night.
Ooh.
Yeah, it smoked it.
But it wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't your fault. But I thought Dennis Dixon was so good. And, he had a decent backup career with the Steelers. But Colt Brennan was really, really good.
I'm going to go Dennis Dixon. I'll surprise you. I'll go Dennis Dixon.
Do you know, and I saw this from Connor O'Gara, that Carson Beck is the same age as Bryce Young and a year younger than Bo Nix, Georgia's next starting quarterback. When we're talking about ages of quarterback, we just got done with a 25-year-old quarterback, and now when Carson Beck starts, he's going to be older than Bryce Young. It is so weird how Georgia's always got those little quarterbacks.
Wow.
I would say Dennis Dixon. He was going to win the Heisman. And although Colt Brennan had
Dennis
amazing,
Dixon. So everybody's saying that he won. I thought they lost by a point. But
I thought they won on that free throw, 112, 111, but I read a lot of stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What a fact. I read a lot of stuff. I don't know.
Primarily British literature.
Most interesting thing you read today.
Well, I read a lot of sports stuff for the show to jot them down. So I don't always. I'm never going to sit here and say I'm 100% right because I could write something down incorrect.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. If you're getting that car out on the road, you need to get it serviced. Somebody asked me internally today, their wife needs 4 tires. So they're going in to see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive tomorrow. Newest location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Really needs 4 tires, or is that a euphemism?
Time to pit.
Think they really need 4 tires.
They're going to add around a wedge.
Perfect. All right, final segment coming up when we will give you one more fact you need before you get out of here today off of our sheet of facts that we have here every day. It's the sheet of facts.
Hey, by the way, Goose, you can write the 4 downs if you want.
Yeah, Goose hammering that. He says sound like a hastily written 4 downs by LT.
Okay, Goose, just for you, a hastily written fact or fiction to end the show with. Got to tease something all coming up right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Fact or Fiction brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. When I go and buy some steaks to pay off LT, sometimes it's New York Butcher Shop, but when I buy steaks to cook at home, it's always New York Butcher Shop. Love them. They got a great deal right there, New York Butcher Shop. Fact or Fiction, let's do it here to end up the show. Brownie, fact or fiction, John Calipari is in his final year at Kentucky.
Fiction.
Fact or fiction?
Fiction. He knows he's got this recruiting class coming in. He's not going to give up, and it would cost $45-ish million to buy him out. They can't spend that kind of money on basketball, so that is complete fiction.
Yeah, I think it's fiction. Calipari looks a little tired, but at the same time, he won 26 games. He's got a #1 recruiting class coming in next year. He ain't gone.
Okay, before we finish the fact or fiction, do tell us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
New York Butcher Shop, it's just a great place to stop. You can be a hero tonight. Go see Jim and that great staff at the New York Butcher Shop. You can pick up the premium steaks, of course, great pork chops, chicken. They've got a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
New Michigan coach, if they end up having one, if Jim Harbaugh takes an NFL job, will not finish in the top 3 in the Big Ten. I don't know if they're getting away from divisions next year, but whatever you consider to be, I should say they will finish 3rd or lower. New Michigan coach, if Jim Harbaugh leaves, will not finish in the top 2. They'll be 3rd or lower in the Big Ten
I'm
next year.
I'm going to say fiction. I got to be consistent. I had Penn State behind them in our way too early top 25, so I'll say fiction. Yeah, I think Penn State will play them close.
I will lean fact on that one. You know, I had Michigan in front, but that was just based on the fact that I was just going to stick with Harbaugh there. But, yeah, I think there's going to be some pretty good teams in the Big Ten. Again, we all like Penn State, so I'll say fact.
Fact or fiction, Penn State is either in a New Year's Six Bowl or a college football playoff next year without Sean Clifford at quarterback. I asked this question because there are people that believe that the next quarterback is going to take them to a different level, that Sean Clifford had hit a ceiling.
No, I'll go this is fact. I think they'll be in a New Year's Six. I don't think they'll be in a college football playoff. I think they could certainly go back to the Rose in that type of situation or a Cotton or something like that. I'll go fact.
Yeah, I'll go fact. I mean, they could end up being in the college football playoff.
Yeah, could. I would be surprised at that.
Fact or fiction, 4 quarterbacks will be drafted in the first round. The draft's still 3 months away, so we'll have to do that. But 4 quarterbacks. McShay's got 4.
Yeah, I know for a fact that we've got 3.
2, and the third would be
is Will Levis.
Will Levis. So he's 100% first round. And the 4th would be?
Well, Anthony Richardson, a lot of people are saying right now.
Still, huh?
Yeah, I kind of find it hard to believe. I'm going to lean that is fiction, but people do reach on quarterbacks.
I'll go fiction as well.
So you don't think that so you're going fiction, not fact?
I'll go fiction. Yeah, I think it'll be 3.
Yeah.
And remember, his big board's only 25, so it's not even a full 32.
Yeah, I'll go 4. I think they get 4. I wouldn't surprise me if there's a different guy that rises up and gets drafted there. People are always grasping at quarterback. But you're telling me Will Levis is not going to go away. That
he's not.
That he's still going to be a first round.
Well, and I talked Daniel Jeremiah told us that this is not just some sort of. He's talked to plenty of people in NFL front offices that have him on their board.
5-second answer here. Fact or fiction? Sean Payton is the next Cowboys coach.
Fact.
Fiction.
Fiction.
Who do you think it'll be?
I think it's Mike McCarthy.
Well, the next one though, after him.
Oh.
I see. Jim didn't say
I'll
next
still
year.
say fiction.
Okay.
Yeah, still say fiction. All right. That, my friend, is Fact or Fiction, and that's the show today. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time. Coming up on a Thursday, don't forget trivia tonight with all the guys tonight at Odie's. Go out and see them. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.